With a mission to deliver fiscally responsible, highly dependable services to the citizens of our community and the region with integrity and professionalism, this is the City of Albany Commission Meeting with Mayor Bo Duro, Mayor Pro Tem John Howard, Ward 1, Matt Fuller, Ward 2, BJ Fletcher, Ward 3, Chad Warbington, Ward 4, Bob Langstaff Jr., Ward 5, Demetrius Young, Ward 6, City Manager Sharon Subadam, City Clerk Sonia Talbert, and City Attorney Nathan Davis. This is the City of Albany Commission Meeting.
Good morning. Welcome to the February 16th, 2021 work session of the Albany City Commission. If we could begin by calling the roll. Mr. Talbert.
Ward 3.
Here.
Ward 4.
Ward 4's here.
Ward 5. Ward 5.
I think Ward 5 is going to be absent today.
Ward 6. Ward
Here.
And Mayor.
The mayor's here. The first item, I would like to read a proclamation. And as we know, February is Black History Month. We typically have an event where the proclamation is read, but because of COVID, we didn't have it this year. If I could, I'd like to begin by reading the proclamation into the record, and then Commissioner Howard wants to make a brief statement before we get into the agenda. Whereas Black History Month is an opportunity to share the historic and present contributions of African Americans, and whereas during Black History Month we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. And whereas in 1915, Dr. Carter Godwin Woodson, noted black scholar and son of former slaves, founded the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. And whereas Dr. Woodson initiated Black History Week, February 12, 1926, and for many years, the second week of February, chosen to coincide with the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln, was celebrated by African Americans in the United States. And whereas in 1976, as part of the nation's bicentennial, Black History Week was expanded and became established as Black History Month and is now celebrated all over North America. And whereas in our community, we observe Black History Month to recognize and honor the leaders of the Albany movement for their tireless work for equality for all people, and to celebrate that work as a proud legacy on which this community stands. And whereas we celebrate the civil rights icons of Albany, Georgia, Dr. William G. Anderson, Reverend H.C. Boyd, Osceola McCarty Adams, Ola Mae Quarterman, Alice Coachman Davis, Charles Sherrod, C.B. King, Siobhan Boyd King, Clennon King Sr., Preston King, Slater King, Thomas Chapman Sr., Mary Young Cummings, Rutha Mae Harris, Johnny Johnson, Dr. Jacob Shirley, Horace King, Philip Joyner, Mary Frances Coley, and the many others who stood with them in the fight against injustice. And whereas we also honor the unsung heroes who are doing the good work to make Albany, Georgia a better place for all who call this city home: Robert Montgomery, Willie Adams, Dorothy Hubbard, John White, Bernice Reagan, U.S. District Judge Leslie Garner, Federal Judge Louis Sands, and Congressman Sanford Bishop. Now therefore, I, Bo Duro, Mayor of the City of Albany, am immensely proud of that history and our diversity, as well as thankful for the countless contributions of African Americans in Albany-Doherty County and throughout this nation. This month and throughout this year, we urge our residents to celebrate that heritage and continue to fight against racism and for equality and opportunity for all. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Albany, City of Albany, to be affixed. Thank you. Commissioner Howard.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, for reading that proclamation.
but I would like to do just a quick view from the time Albany was founded up until now, that African Americans have made a huge contribution to the city of Albany and the county of Dougherty County and surrounding areas. First, I'm going to start off with the founder of Albany. It was Colonel Nelson Tiff from the New England state. And be as it may, unfortunately, we don't like to talk about it, but he also had slaves. But the good part about it, that Nelson Tiff also had an ex-slave by the name of Horace King. And for those that may not be aware, the first wooden bridge that was built across the Flint River was built by Horace King. So the citizens of East Albany, this county, certainly when you cross the bridge, just be aware that this bridge was built by an ex-slave, Horace King. Also, if you decide to visit the city of Columbus, Georgia, Horace King was considered as a black engineer. He built the bridge that crossed Columbus, from Columbus to over to Alabama, the Chattahoochee River. And also, he also got his freedom while he was in the state of Alabama, and he was a state representative. Unfortunately, he was a Republican person, and in the year of 1874, he returned back to LaGrange, Georgia, and built several more bridges that crossed the Chattahoochee River, and he is buried in LaGrange, Georgia. Needless to say, I would also like to talk about someone I did not know until I did some digging research. Philip Joyner was a black representative from the city and the county of Albany, Georgia. From 1868 to 1870, he was after Reconstruction. And needless to say, the late Dr. Joseph W. Holly is the founder of Albany State University in 1903. He was the son of a slave that was born in South Carolina. And for those that love to read, you should certainly read the book, That You Can't Build a Chimney from the Top. Also, the late Clement King was the first black postman in the city of Albany, Georgia, and his family played a vital role in the civil rights movement in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. And he had several sons that went on to be recognized throughout the world as accomplish a lot of rights for the majority of blacks and other races. And we can't forget about the midwife, Miss Mary Coley. She was a midwife. She was born in 1900, and at the age of 20-some, she delivered in this city over 3,000-some babies in Albany and Dougherty County surrounding area. Needless to say, Alice Coachman was another icon in the city of Albany, Georgia. She was the first black to win a gold medal in London, England in 1948. We have recognized her in this city, and I had the privilege to give a proclamation to her several years ago. But unfortunately, she died several years ago, and the school on Oak Ridge is named Alice Coachman after her. We like to remind that we have Miss Bernice Reagan. She was a community activist at Albany State University, and she went on to be involved in the civil rights movement of the 60s and the 70s, and she is the founder of a group called Honey in the Rock. I'm here as a commissioner due to the work of, we don't like to say it, but the late Johnny Johnson was a sanitation worker that filed a lawsuit for the city in Albany, Georgia for unfair and unequal treatment in 1972. And he led more than 280-some blacks to strike against the city of Albany, Georgia for unfair labor issues. John White was the first elected to the General Assembly in the city of Albany, Georgia in 1974. However, he was a Democrat, and he served in the General Assembly as the first black from the city of Albany, Georgia. I would like to make a correction. He was the first black Democrat, but Mr. Philip Joyner was a Republican in 1868 to 1870. And unfortunately, we just cannot forget about the late Marion Cummings. She was the first black to serve in the city of Albany, Georgia on the city commission, along with Mr. Robert Montgomery. They was elected in 1975, and Mayor Young Cummings went on to serve in the General Assembly in the year of 1981. However, after 1975, this city should be aware, and we should be informed and engaged, that because of the 1970 court order, that you've seen an entourage of African Americans have been elected throughout this city, and I will just read a few. Dr. Willie Adams, Mayor Dr. Hubbard, Don Cutler, Arthur K. Williams, David Williams, Freddie Powell Sim, Winfred Duke, Henry Mathis, Barbie Coleman, Ivory Hine, James Bush, John Hayes, Glory Gaines, Victor Everett, Clinton Johnson, Velvet Poole, Dean Finney, Harry James, Anthony Jones, Tommy Postel, Willie Lockett, Denise Marshall, Sherrod King, Lawrence Robert, and Camille Hobson, and Victoria Darsow, and Demetri Everett, and of course myself, John Howard. I encourage individuals that the Albany Herald did an excellent article on the Albany movement, so you should go back and read some of the struggles that blacks played in this city of Albany, Georgia. There was a lot of individuals that was out of town, like the SNCC came here to help voter registration, and Mr. Charles Sherrod was one of those, along with Cordelia Reagan, and Charles came to the city to help doing voter registration. And of course, that was the year that Dr. King was here, along with other individuals from the Southern Christian leadership. And last but least, believe it or not, on January the 5th, 2021, the city of 22,758 that voted for Raphael Warnock is the first black Democrat in the history of the state of Georgia. Once again, there was other blacks that was in the U.S. Senate back after Reconstruction, but after Reconstruction and President Lincoln, they were Republican. And those 22,758 individuals that voted for Raphael Warnock, you made history, and let's do it again. And to those, this is Black History Month, and it should be commemorated, and not only by blacks, but all human beings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Richard. The first item on the agenda, well, we have two zoning matters. The first item on the agenda is a request to rezone property located at 700 North Cleveland Street from R2 to C5. Mr. Forgy.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. This is a request located at 700 North Cleveland Street. The applicant requests to rezone a 0.365 acre parcel from R2, which is a single-family residential district, to C5, which is an office institutional residential district. An approved rezoning will allow for the applicant to reopen a daycare facility which was closed in 2018. And here's a picture of the building. It was constructed as a daycare facility, note that. The R2 district permitted daycare centers by right at the time of construction in the 1970s. The current zoning ordinance does not permit daycare centers for over 18 children in the R2 district. Since the daycare has been closed for more than a year, it must conform to current zoning regulations. Records show that the property and adjacent neighborhood to the east of Cleveland have retained their original R2 designation since the city adopted zoning in 1970. The CR, Community Residential Multiple Dwelling District, at the southwest quadrant of Cleveland and Society was rezoned from R2 to CR in 1974. Here you can see the subject property and the surrounding zoning. The surroundings are completely R2, and off to the west you have more commercial uses along Slappy. Rezoning will allow the former daycare to reopen. C5 district is a transitional mixed-use district that is intended to provide services that complement adjacent residential neighborhoods. The daycare center has had a presence in the neighborhood for 45 years and should continue to be compatible with the adjacent residential neighborhood. The center was opened in 1975 and provided services until 2018. Continuation of the daycare should not impact the existing use or sustainability of adjacent properties. Also, the zoning ordinance requires protective screening for commercial operations adjacent to residentially zoned properties. The R2 designation allows for single-family housing. The minimum lot size is 8,400 square feet, which will allow one residence on the 15,899 square foot lot. Demolishing the existing structure for redevelopment as a single-family residence may not be a feasible option, but does provide an economic use for the property. The proposed C5 designation allows for residential use, but also allows for a daycare facility. The trip generation manual estimates that a daycare facility generates about 48 trips per weekday per 1,000 square foot of gross floor area. Based on this estimate, a 3,750 square foot facility could generate about 180 daily weekday trips. And now it doesn't move anymore. Note that the facility existed previously, so this amount of trips have already been in the neighborhood previously. Something is wrong with the, next slide, please, maybe? Okay. Here you can see the surrounding land use. It is solidly residential around the daycare facility. There we go. Here's an aerial view of that. Slappy Boulevard is a block away to the west. The future land use map recommends low density, which is an average of 4 units per acre, housing for the subject property and adjacent area. The proposed rezoning to C5 to allow a daycare center is not consistent with a low density housing recommendation. However, the daycare has provided a service for many years and should continue to do so if allowed to reopen. The Planning Commission recommended approval to rezone to C5, which is an office institutional residential district. That concludes the presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Forgy. Any questions for Mr. Forgy? Commissioner Howard?
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
No questions, just that I'm excited to see it reopen and get some activity in that, building that's been vacant since 2018. Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yeah, Mr. Forgy, one question. So it seems like the last several child care zoning matters have been special approval.
That's right.
Why did this one not pursue a special approval versus going straight to a C5?
Well, special approval is only allowed in certain districts, so and for certain uses. So for more than 18 children or clients in an R2, special approval is not an option. The only option would be to rezone. So they could have rezoned to a district that then they would have had to ask for special approval for as well, but that would be 2 steps and cost them twice as much.
Okay, so they could have been under 18 and
Possibly. I'd have to look at the charts, but that is a possibility.
Yeah.
And I expect it would be allowed because it would have generally less of an impact on a residential area.
yeah. And this building is a commercial building. I mean, I don't
That's
know when
right.
it was built, but it was built as a daycare. It's always been a daycare.
That's right.
It's just the technicality of it being closed for 2 years.
Right,
put it in a
and
different
originally the zoning allowed it to be built in the residential area, but then the zoning changed the definition and requirements, and it's no longer allowed there.
That's right. Okay. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Forgy. It appears that no one has requested to sign up on this matter. Is there anybody in the audience who has come to speak on this application? If not, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. It is a request for special approval for property located at 2115 Radium Springs Road to construct a self-storage facility in the C3C district.
I'm not able to advance, so if y'all can advance the slides. Maybe? Let's see. Okay. This property is located at 2115 Radium Springs Road. It's on the west side of Radium Springs, near what's called the Marine Ditch. Here you can see an aerial view of the property. Note that the entire property is outlined in blue, but the property that is requesting special approval is solid blue. So they're only requesting special approval for part of their property, which is because their property is in a split zoning district. And the request, which they're asking for, is only allowed in the one zoning district, not in both. Request The applicant requests special approval to construct a self-storage facility on an 8.84 acre tract, which is zoned C3C, Commercial District Conditional. The condition of zoning limits the use of the property for a mini warehouse facility. New construction will provide about 36,800 square feet of storage space at build-out in multiple buildings. Special approval of the City Commission is required to develop a self-storage facility in a C3 district. The property is located in a special flood hazard area. Development must comply with the City of Albany Floodplain Management Ordinance. Here you can see the location of the site within the floodplain. The crosshatched area is along the Flint River and the Marine Ditch, and that's the floodway. And then the blue area is the 100-year floodplain, and then the other area indicated in light speckling is the 500-year floodplain. Here you can see the surrounding zoning. Note the split zone. The part that's being requested for special approval is in the C3 area. The other part of this same parcel is C1, which does not allow for mini warehouses even upon special approval. According to the Trip Generation Manual, a mini warehouse facility consisting of 36,800 square feet could generate about 56 daily weekday trips and 72 Saturday trips. The self-storage facility is a low-traffic generator with access to a 5-lane road at this location. Parking is not required on-site since there will not be an on-site office. A future office will be required designated parking. Warehouse facilities must provide 1 parking space for each 2 employees on duty at any one time. The facility will be accessible to tenants daily from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Here you can see a layout of the property. This is north pointing up. Radium Springs is to the right. The buildings are proposed to be laid out perpendicular to Radium Springs. Here you can see the surrounding land use. There is another self-storage facility to the south of this, and also a vacant service station to the southeast a little bit. Single-family residence between this property, or on the other side of the self-storage facility that already exists, and a scattering of other land uses around there. The proposed use should be compatible with adjacent commercial properties, which include a vehicle repair shop, a trucking facility, a self-storage facility, and a vacant convenience store. The proposed self-storage facility will not encroach on residential neighborhoods. The future land use map recommends commercial development for the property and adjacent properties west of Radium Springs Road. The proposed use is consistent with this recommendation, and the Planning Commission recommended for approval. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Forgy. Commissioner Howard, any questions?
Paul, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. Fine. How are you?
Did you say in the future that there will be a office established on the property?
I believe that is the intent, but that's not in the plans currently. And if they do build that office, they will be required to install parking at that time. Yes, it was one of the slides that, let's see if we can go, well, I can't go back, but.
We can't hear it.
The layout is in the package that was sent, and it's in the slides, but I can't control the slides. So I can't show it to you, unfortunately. Oh, maybe. Here we go. This is the proposed layout right here, and this only includes storage facilities at the moment.
So it just only requires storage facilities, nothing else, right?
Right. They're not proposing a building at this time, but given if they were approved for the special approval, they could change their plans and include that in the plan once they submit it to us, and we would just then require parking that is mandatory with that.
So since we will vote on it next week, the owner could not probably give us the site plan.
Well, I think this is the site plan they're proposing. I'm not sure what their schedule is for developing it or for adding that. Their engineer is present, and he may be able to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir, Mr. Forgy. I had a couple of calls from citizens concerned about parking junk vehicles or parking a lot of vehicles there. Would this zoning give the ability to lease parking spaces or to lease a space to park vehicles as well?
Any vehicle that was considered a junk vehicle would have to be parked inside of a enclosed space. So if someone rented a storage area and parked a vehicle there that was not registered or drivable, that would be permitted. But if they parked a junk vehicle outside, that would not be permitted. Storage of junk vehicles is not allowed.
So it would have to be actually inside, like a closed-in unit with a door on it?
That's right.
Okay. Is there any, could we put a stipulation then that this facility would have to be built within a certain amount of time after we zoned it this, or the zoning would revert back?
No, the zoning is a legislative act, so the only way zoning can change is for the commission to change it. So if, I mean, the city commission has the ability to rezone property on their own, so that's always an option, but it can't be a condition of zoning.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Worthington?
Yeah, Mr. Forgy and Mr. Lanier may have to answer this question, but so this property is in the 100-year floodplain.
Yes.
What would be required on this property to build a structure?
Well, he can answer it more thoroughly, but in general, it needs to be, fill dirt needs to be brought in so the entire property can be raised up out of the floodplain. A commercial property can also be flood-proofed, where water can't get into the building. And since it's in the city, it has to be flood-proofed or elevated at least a foot above the flood level. So through one or both of those methods, they have to raise it up to be a foot out of the floodplain.
Do you know how many feet this particular property has to be raised?
I do not, but I think it's probably about 3 or 4.
So 3 or 4 feet times the entire square footage of that is going to be pretty costly.
I would imagine, but it must pencil out for them.
Or you could build a wall around it to keep water out, and that would be the other.
Possibly, but floodproofing usually is something applied directly to the building as opposed to a moat around it or a wall around it. So typically, it's some sort of insulating membrane that's built onto the building itself.
Okay. I guess to ask somewhat similar question as Commissioner Fuller. So a designation of a junk car is proper registration and it has to be movable. But if a car had proper registration, had 4 wheels on it, it could be parked in that location. You could rent out a spot. It would be up to the city to enforce registration. Can the car be moved?
Right. Code enforcement would have to make sure that the vehicles are drivable and registered and have tags on them.
Right. So basically, it would depend on complaints. I doubt the city's going to have a regular inspection of the property, but if in fact vehicles are stored there, it would be based on complaints probably to make sure they're in compliance.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Mr. Forgy, you said the city couldn't impose conditions, or did I mishear you?
Couldn't impose a condition for the zoning to revert.
Okay, but we could impose a condition that either these storage units be built in 12 months, or is that correct or incorrect?
I would have to defer to Nathan, but I don't believe that is a condition that could be imposed because the market can change. We could have an economic crash, and to hold the applicant accountable for outside conditions, I don't think that would be allowable, but Nathan may have a different opinion.
Okay, we'll let, if Mr. Davis knows the answer, if he wants to look it up.
Initial reaction is I concur with Mr. Forgy about these are legislative acts, and the city has done it in the past. You can file your own rezoning application, if what is promised by the owner does not take place, then it's detrimental to the public, but thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Paul.
Mr. Forgy. Mr. Todd Lanier has signed up. Good morning, Mr. Lanier.
Good morning. Thank you for the chance to be here. I'll try to answer some of the questions you guys have asked, and then if you got additional questions, I'll be glad to answer them. First of all, I want to say that this property is currently zoned C3 conditional, and the condition is for self-storage or mini warehouses. So the zoning is already there for the mini warehouses to be there. As far as the floodplain issue, the buildings, the ground and the buildings will have to be raised to, as Mr. Forgy said, to where the floor of the building is 1 foot above the flood elevation. That will probably mean bringing in about 4 feet of fill. The first phase of construction will be just 2 buildings, with possible other buildings in the future if demand warrants that. As far as, I think it was Mr. Howard that asked about an office, the first phase with 2 buildings will not have an office. As things go forward, I would expect when it got bigger, an office would probably be there. But my understanding of the self-storage industry is that most of your reservations now are made online rather than somebody driving up to the door like we did back whenever I rented one. But reservations and payments are made online. You're given a security code to the gate, so it's not necessary that somebody be there. The owner is local, so he can check on the facility from time to time as he needs to. Were there any other questions I could answer?
Okay. Commissioner Howard?
Okay. You did say that in the coming months that an office will be included on the site, right?
Not in the first phase.
Phase.
I would expect that when more units were out there, it's likely, the owner's here and he can answer that question.
Okay. Mayor, when the owner come up, I would like to ask him the question when. That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir, Mr. Lanier, so you mentioned that the property is already zoned with the zoning that it needs for self-storage. What is the difference in the special approval that would go along with that?
I'll let Mr. Forgy answer that. My understanding is that this has more to do with the site layout than the ability to use the property.
Yes, that is correct. This, for one reason or another, when this property was last rezoned, the condition put on it was that it could only be used for self-storage, which makes it seem like this process is unnecessary. But self-storage use specifically is a conditional use, and the purpose for that is to evaluate the exact proposal, looking at the layout, looking at the impact of traffic, and on the impact of the use on the adjacent properties. So special approval is still required, even though the only use allowed on this is storage buildings. It is a little confusing, but we wanted to make sure that we followed the same rules for conditional approval that we have for the last few self-storage facilities we've looked at recently.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Well, I do think we need to put a condition on this at a certain time when he starts construction. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Warburton?
So to make that situation more complicated, the current site plan that's proposed, can it be built under the current zoning designation?
Yes.
Not without special approval.
because of the layout? Or the magnitude?
The use of a storage facility is allowed in any C3 district. So in any C3 district, storage is an allowed use. But to actually be built, it has to get conditional approval from the government. So even though the condition on the zoning is for only self-storage, it still requires to go through the conditional approval or special approval process to make sure that the layout, the traffic generation, any other impacts on the neighborhood is proper, because there are some C3 areas in the community where a storage facility would not be appropriate. So I don't know why the condition was put on the zoning to limit it to self-storage, but there was no layout proposed at that time. And the only way we can grant approval to build self-storage is for it to have special approval with the layout proposed and approved by the city commission.
Okay, so to go back to the car storage, right now that property could be used for car storage, because that would be a storage
No,
use, it's just nothing being constructed on it.
well, not if they were junk vehicles, no.
Right, but if it were movable, licensed, or tagged,
Well, actually, I mean, because it's C3 conditional and the condition is self-storage, or I believe it's self-storage, it might be mini warehouses. In that case, cars parked on the lot would not count as
would not count.
self-storage.
Okay, all right. Mr. Lanier, one other question, and I know I'm putting you on the spot for a number, but to do 4 foot of fill dirt for that entire property, what kind of magnitude of price are we talking?
It's pretty expensive, but the property is large. It's got to dig out some area for stormwater storage. So the dirt that's being, for phase 1 anyhow, the dirt that's being dug for the stormwater storage area will be placed under the building to provide the necessary fill. For the first phase, probably for the first couple of phases, there would be no need to haul dirt in from outside, which makes it cheaper.
You would use the dirt on site?
Correct.
Basically, okay. All right, that's it, Mayor, thanks.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Mr. Lear, in addition, Mayor Pro Tem Fuller mentioned that he had received some calls of people basically alleging that the applicant's objective here is to store junk cars. Apparently, he has been cited in the past. I don't know, but I would just like some assurance that this is truly the applicant's intention, and it's not, I mean, we need to do more to improve the appearance of our city, and as opposed to further detracting. And I know that Radium Springs area used to be very attractive, and now, I mean, I see vacant service station. Yeah, that's
a valid question, a valid concern. The owners here can speak for himself to that regard. In my conversation with him, this is intended as a legitimate self-storage area. He has no intention of making it a vehicle storage, junk storage area. But he can speak to you directly.
okay. If the applicant would like to address the commission, it's good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. How you doing? I'm Max Puyet, and to address the concerns that you have, this is a legitimate storage facility. There's going to be 25-foot gravel driveways around the buildings with pipe bollards to protect buildings. So if there were cars to be stored on the driveways, there would not be room for moving trucks to maneuver in and out. It's going to be a tight spot. I do not intend to rent out any outside storage. It's just not going to happen. Now, like Forgy said, you know, if they would want to store a car inside the unit, that's perfectly fine, but it's not gonna be allowed on the outside at all.
Commissioner Howard, any questions for Mr. Pouliot?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Mack. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you? Thank you.
Since we are going to vote on this next Tuesday evening, and I did receive a couple of calls from some of the tenants, and they was concerned about building the storage, and doing something else with it. Can you assure us that it will be for storage and not no type of cars, or you would say, well, this car belongs to this unit, or more than one car, since they can, be stored there, but you say not on the outside, right?
Yes, I can assure you there'll be no outside storage, so it's gonna be a nice new building, all new construction, and anything stored, whether it be a car, household goods, business assets, is gonna be stored inside, and the public will not be able to see it.
Okay.
It'll be gated, and there'll be security.
Would it be like the building down the street from you, about 250 yards, the Malone storage?
Yes, it'll be like that, but it'll be new construction.
It'll be new construction?
Yes, sir, we'll have nice landscaping. It's gonna bring beauty to the city of Albany.
Nathan, let me ask you a question. Yes. Since this is going to be built in phases, is there any way that we can, since we're going to change the zoning for special approval, before we take a vote on it, is it legal that we can get it in writing that it would just be used for storage only and not storage of old cars or?
Well, I think you've got it in writing. It'll be in the minutes right now. And I think Mr. Lanier and Mr. Forgy, when they were emphasizing the fact that this is special approval, y'all have very broad discretion in rezoning matters, but not as much discretion in special approval. And so that's, I think, why Mr. Forgy pointed out the only formal thing you could do if this gentleman does not live up to what he just told you, the city could file its own rezoning application.
Well, what would happen if none of us had to see this here in the next 2 years?
Sir?
What would happen if none of us sitting up here would be here in the next 2 years?
Well, I'm just saying, again, Mr. Forget's professionalism as well as Mr. Lanier, the issue is your discretion is just not as broad as it is in rezoning. And so it is broad. If you brought your own petition to rezone, you then would have a lot of discretion, but special approval is kind of unique. Thanks for the chance to mention that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mack.
You're welcome. And did you want me to address the office with you? The office? You were asking about the office on site?
That's correct.
Okay, so the office on site, there will be in the future phase an office on site, but it'll be an unmanned office. This is going to be a completely self-service storage facility. So there'll be a kiosk and there'll be there's online software where they can sign up for it, and it's perfectly 100% touch-free. So, with COVID these days, I was thinking about it. The purpose of the office would only be to store maintenance items needed to care for the property, and, just like a small desk in there to handle business, but it would not be manned at all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Any other questions?
Let's go around the table if you don't mind, Mr. Pouliot.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. My only question is, when, if approved, when are your plans to start construction on phase 1?
I am going to start as soon as possible. I've been trying to develop this for 3 years now.
We saw the site plan. Do you already have plans that an architect has drawn up as well to get going?
Yes, that's correct, but I'm waiting for approval to start getting quotes on buildings, but the site work will start, and it'll be relatively quick.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fletcher?
Well, I was gonna ask you, did you have a developer, but I see that you're waiting on our decision, so thank you, sir.
Commissioner Worthington?
Yes, a couple questions. I see where you bought this out of foreclosure. Is that correct, when you bought this property?
It was not a foreclosure. It was a private sale, but it was not under foreclosure.
Okay, as it says transfer in lieu of foreclosure, so I guess whatever legal jargon that is.
That might have been prior to my transaction, but it was not under foreclosure.
Okay. So do you have other mini warehouses, or is this a new, completely new business for you?
This is my first mini storage development.
Okay. So, most mini warehouses in town, just off of memory, they all have outside storage, boats, RVs. Are you gonna have any kind of boat, RV, outside storage?
I do not plan any outside storage. You know, it's just questionable because if something was to be stored outside, it might not be back there the next day.
Okay. And then do you got a cost on that fill dirt that I was asking Mr. Lanier about?
I don't have a cost, but I'm allocating $1 million towards this development.
Okay. All right, that's it, Mayor, thank you.
Commissioner Young?
No question.
Thank you for speaking to us this morning.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir, Mr. Forgy.
Looking at the records I have, the condition on the existing zoning is for mini warehouses. So I would think that either you could reemphasize that condition if you're concerned about outside storage, because mini warehouses would imply that indoor storage, you could reemphasize that, or you could put that as, according to the site plan and according to what the applicant has said, that no outside storage is allowed. But because of the condition on it, if he were to build 2 buildings, mini warehouses, and use the other part for something else, that would not be permitted. The condition is only for mini warehouses for the entire property. So code enforcement, planning would have the ability to go after him if he used it for something other than mini warehouses.
Any questions, Mr. Forgy? Commissioner Howard?
Thanks for that clarification, Paul, and certainly hope that you'll be here when this is completed and we can hold you accountable. Thanks again.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further.
Mr. Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Worthington?
Yeah, Mr. Forgan, and I may be depending on your memory on this one, but I didn't look at the minutes from the planning, but anytime you have a 4-3 vote, you know, obviously, do you remember what was the gist of the concerns or what was brought up in Planning Commission that either hadn't been talked about here? And then the other question is, Mr. Ochi abstained. Do you remember why he abstained?
He did not state his reason for abstention.
Okay.
And I'm not sure why they voted the way they did, but the discussion was centered around the same topics that you all have been discussing: concern for outside storage of junk vehicles. And junk vehicles are not allowed to be stored outside anyway, so that really is not a concern. It's a concern for code enforcement. Outdoor storage, I think, probably at least could be limited through this process, that we say that if it's approved, that it's approved based on the site plan, and it's not including any outdoor storage, which the applicant himself has said.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Young?
I guess just in clarity for the overall discussion, which kind of was evident to me from the first, Mr. Forgy's first discussion of this, is that you cannot store vehicles or anything else on the outside. They have to be inside the storage. That's what the zoning requires. That's what the regulations require. So there's no need for special conditions. So it's, we have to hold his feet to the fire that does not happen. That he does not store vehicles outside because he's prohibited from doing so. So, I guess to the gentleman that did call all of us who expressed that concern, that we make that clear. He's not able to store those vehicles outside. So that's, as Mr. Porgy said, that's not a concern.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Porgy. Anyone else wants to here to speak on this request? Yes, sir. Your name?
My name is Cameron Morris.
Sir?
And, my name is Cameron Morris.
Okay, C-A-M-E-R-O-N, Morris?
Morris, M-O-R-R-I-S.
M-O-R-R-I-S. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Morris.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak regarding the special approval request for 2115 Radium Springs Road. I live, work, play, and own businesses in Dougherty County. I own property directly next to this property in question. I do not believe Mr. Puleo has intentions of constructing a storage facility on this property. If approval were granted, it opens up the door for his vehicles to be stored on the property. Special approval for self-storage would allow those leasable parking spaces that we've been talking about on the site. If approved, this would give him the ability to store his vehicles on the property and get away with it. It's a way of dodging the proper zoning requirements for these junk vehicles. Mr. Puleo was in violation at his previous location, wherever that may be, and attempted to hide his violations on the 2115 Radium Springs Road property. Dougherty County Code Enforcement followed him from a previous location to the property where he tried to hide 15 to 20 vehicles in the woods. Mr. Puleo pled guilty to a misdemeanor criminal trespass at one of his rental properties in Lee County by entering and changing the locks before the 7-day move-out date. How would Mr. Puleo treat his tenants if he were to build a storage facility? The 20-plus vehicles on the tax card at Mr. Puleo's residence is a testament to what the 2115 Radium Springs Road property could look like if awarded special approval. These are indisputable facts: his attempt to hide from code enforcement, break the law, disturb the neighbors, and refuse to maintain the property at hand. I believe the special approval request on this property has ulterior motives. The simple fact he has a record with code enforcement, a judgment against him from one of his tenants, and numerous vehicles at his residence shown on the tax card should speak for itself. I kindly ask that you and the Commission decline the special approval request by Mr. Puleo, Lanier Engineering.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Morris? Commissioner Howard.
Good morning, Mr. Morris. How you doing?
Good morning.
You said you own some property adjacent to it. Would be 20,
The self-storage facility to the south?
the self-storage to the south?
Yes, sir.
That's by the old service station in the Marine Canal District?
Yes, been trying to buy that service station for 2.5 years to clean it up.
Oh, is it still for sale?
It won't. The seller won't sell it, and he refuses to open it. I continue to call code enforcement to try and get them to keep the property boarded up. I'm tired of seeing people coming in and out of that building.
And you did mention that Mr. Puleo, you said did in the past had 20-some vehicles on the property?
At least 20.
Are they still there? Now you don't know.
No, code enforcement was able to come in and get them out of there. The church called on him. We did, and we were trying to get them things out of there back in 2018.
Okay. So if I decide to ride by there now, I won't see no vehicles on the property?
No, no vehicles anymore.
Okay. And you own that, you did say you own that storage down the street, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Were you here last year for another piece of storage at
I
Albany
was
State?
I was here probably a month or two ago. We're building a brand new facility right here by Albany State.
Right, across from Albany State Stadium.
Correct.
I didn't want to look too hard, but I know you sound familiar, you look familiar.
Yes, sir.
Right, and I remember asking that question about the ones down there on Radium Spring Road.
That's correct.
Okay, so you believe if we give it a special approval that the tenant probably will not be in good faith unless we put some stipulation on it?
Well, it's a known fact that the vehicles have been hidden from code enforcement in the past, and then when he closed on this property, he moved the vehicles into the woods there. So where are the vehicles and what's the motive here?
Mr. Marshall, thanks. I can say thanks for enlightening us.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yep, Mr. Morris, so this property is where the cars are at.
The cars were hauled into this property when
property.
he bought the property. So he was the owner of record when those cars hit the grounds that he hauled and hid in the woods.
Okay. Wow, I didn't realize. So it's actually on the very property that we're considering.
There's an attachment of the code enforcement report that I shared with you by email.
Okay. When were those cars removed, do you know?
Not exactly, I don't have an exact date.
6 months ago, maybe?
No, more than a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Young?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your comment, sir. So I guess in talking about what happened, you talked, I guess, a lot about intent or motive behind it. But you do understand that when he moved the car into onto the property, that code enforcement was able to have him reverse that that decision and have him remove the car from the property, right? You do understand that, right?
I completely.
So I guess what I'm getting at is that because of the regulation, he is not able to have those cars on that property. So there would be legally no way for him to store those cars on that property unless they were on the inside. And, you know, I get what your concern is. As the commissioner for that ward, I have the same concern, but the mechanism that keeps him accountable is the law, which says he cannot have those cars on that property. So I guess I'm trying to, you know, kind of understand what the objection is based on him doing something that he lawfully cannot do. He can't do it. So all we would need to do is have code enforcement, you know, cite him again or have a visit again and have him remove the cars. So once we get that out of the way, if that's the primary concern, then we really have to get back to the zoning matter, which I think, you know, based on the discussion with Mr. Porgy, that, you know, is just merely an approval. Now, I'm not disparaging your motives, but we still have to discuss that this would be somebody who's in direct competition with you, right a few yards from where your property is. So just in total transparency, this is somebody who will be competing with your business. And so you do invest interest in whether or not he can locate or be able to have this facility there by way of his zoning approval. So, you know, that's kind of the clarity in this discussion. I know, you know, we want to hold people accountable. We want to make sure that Radiant Springs area, and I applaud your efforts to buy that old gas station that's there. We really do need to get that straightened out. So I hope that there's something we can do to help you in that, if that's where you want to develop that. But I just wanted a clarity in the discussion that the gentleman cannot put those cars there by law. So that's not a consideration in this discussion.
Did you want to respond to that, Mr. Marks?
The only thing that I'll say is if someone were to store a vehicle or call me at my storage facility and store a vehicle outside of a building, the zoning should be allowed for me to store a vehicle outside of a building. The interior-exterior discrepancy here, there is a difference between the two, but if I were to pave the property in front, just for example, and put unit numbers or lot numbers there directly in the front of my buildings and create a leasable parking space that I'm describing, there's no opposition to say that the gentleman couldn't park the vehicles in those individual parking spaces as self-storage. That's the concern.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Appreciate your comment.
I'm sorry, I don't think that's the case. Mr. Porgy can, I think, clarify that. I think, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think
Yes.
because, and this is why we have to understand the process. When we're talking about the special approval basically says you have to come to us with your building plan. That's where the special approval kicks in. His building plan does not show that he's going to do what you just said he's going to do. And the only way he could do that is if it's in his building plan. He does not have those, I think they're called pads, those outside storage pads. He does not have those in his plan. So if he were to do that, he will be outside of, outside of what our approval would be, because that would be a difference in the plans that he's showing us right now. And I don't think, Mr. Forgy, if you want to come back and clarify that, I don't think you can come back and just change that arbitrarily, right? His plans, his building plans.
I would,
Commissioner, this is a rather, well, the condition on it, as I said, is for mini warehouses. And it seems to me that mini warehouses imply indoor storage. I think as part of, if this is approved, making it specific that this is for indoor storage only, I think that would be well within your approval ability. I think, however, that other special approvals that have come before you recently, this has not been a discussion point, whether they have indoor storage or outdoor storage of vehicles that are operable and legal to have as outdoor storage. So I think you could limit, I believe that the zoning would limit it now, but I would say if it is the desire to limit it, I would make that specific in the approval. But I do, this has never been a discussion with mini warehouses before, so if there's some particular reason to limit this applicant for outdoor storage of licensed and operable vehicles when it hasn't been a point of discussion before, I think that would need to be clarified.
Okay, well, I guess we still need to go back to the question as to whether we're authorized to do that. I thought I heard you and Attorney Davis said that we are, I guess, limited to just the zoning approval, not special conditions.
Well, you're basing it on, you're basing approval on the site plan that's submitted. And the site plan doesn't show any outdoor storage. And I'm not sure, I think that as long as the record reflects that you're approving it based on this, with now no outdoor storage, that would give us, code enforcement and planning, the ability to prevent that in the future.
But you're also saying that the current regulations do give code enforcement the ability to enforce that he does not store junk cars on that property, right?
Right, but I think the concern, as I understood it, well, I think the concern is both junk vehicles and operable vehicles. As Commissioner Warbington pointed out, many storage facilities do allow people to store vehicles or boats or whatever that are operable. So I guess the discussion is preventing the applicant from storing junk vehicles, which is already covered by code. That can be removed as they have been 2 years ago. But the other part of that is storing operable vehicles.
Okay, so let's go back to the special approval. Am I understanding you correctly when you're saying that the special approval is about his actual building plan? And if his building plan hold him to simply indoor storage building and not the, I guess, the parking lot, as the gentleman just referenced, the parking lot for storage of operable licensed vehicles, if he does not put that into the plan, he cannot build that, or he's not authorized to do that on that property, right?
That is correct.
If it's not in the plan.
If it's not in his plan, then he would not be given the special approval by the commission to do that.
Okay, all right. Okay, and that's the clarity that I wanted. So just understanding the whole picture here, including the gentleman's ownership of a business that would be competing with this other gentleman, so we have to understand these things in terms of the decisions we make. So, that's what I want to get a clarity on. So, thank you, Mr. Forgy, and thank you, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, may I ask Mr. Morris one more question?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morris, I was going through the code record that you sent to us. Who is Mrs. Washington? She's the one that filed the first complaint. Do you know her?
I do not know
Is
Ms.
she
Washington.
with the church that's across the street?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, just timetable.
I don't know who that is, for the record.
Well, it appears that the property was purchased on March the 30th, and the first complaint was brought April 25th. So 25 days
Correct.
later is when Ms. Washington made the first complaint, and then there's a whole series of, obviously, mailings, violations, court, whatever.
Correct.
And the pictures you provided are very troubling, the types of vehicles that were brought onto this property and the conditions that these pictures show I appreciate her making the complaint, because unfortunately, a lot of times code enforcement needs citizens like Ms. Washington to remedy this situation, because this was a very bad situation. So thank you for providing the information to us.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
could you have the owner come back up, please?
Ms.
To
Pugh,
kind of address that situation. You may want to clarify some things.
Yes. Thank you for bringing that up. I'd just like to point out that,
Can you give us a little bit more clarity on, hello? Can you give us a little bit more clarity on your storage, or that situation where you brought those vehicles onto the property? Did you not know that you couldn't do that?
well, let me give you some backstory, and I'm glad you asked. On my personal property, code enforcement approached me about vehicles that I had on my personal property back in 2018. When they notified me that I was in violation of the zoning, Angel Gray approached me, and I asked her, I said, Angel, what do I need to do to fix this situation? She said, the problem is you're residential and you need commercial. I said, okay. So I went out and bought commercial property for that specific reason, to get away from being in violation. When I bought that commercial property, I moved my vehicles over there to that commercial property, and I resolved the code enforcement violation in Northwest Albany. So then code enforcement notified me that I was in violation of Radium Springs Road. When I approached the code enforcement officer, it was a gentleman, I don't remember his name right now. He was unsure as to whether I was in violation or not. At first, he made it sound like I wasn't in violation. But then later on, come to find out, I was told that I was in violation. If you look at the dates, the purchase of the property, the code enforcement violations, the dates that they approached me and all that, you'll see this happen in 2018. You will also see that I resolved this in 2018, and you will also see that there has been no violation since, and I intend to keep it that way. I do not have time to go to court. I do not have time to cost the taxpayers money that they shouldn't have to pay for. So shame on me. I fixed the problem, and I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense to spend this amount of money to store cars. That's not my intention. And I'm glad you brought it up, because Mr. Morris is a direct competitor of mine, and he's a licensed broker in the state of Georgia, and I'm a licensed realtor in the state of Georgia. So we're held to a high, standards, being licensed under the state. So I just ask that y'all approve this, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pugh.
Thank you.
Reference the, I guess what is this conversation about hiding the vehicles in the woods? What is that about?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
Did you want to speak to, I guess, a couple of people had mentioned this thing of hiding vehicles in the woods on that property? Did you want to address that or clarify what that was about?
Yes.
Were you actually trying to hide the vehicles from code enforcement, or?
I was not hiding the vehicles from code enforcement. I was moving them from a residential property in Northwest Albany to Radium Springs Road because Angel Gray said I needed commercial zoning to store the cars. So I did put them in the woods, and I spoke with Cameron Morris's business partner, Clinton Udy, and I asked him if it was a problem. He told me it wasn't a problem. But nonetheless, I learned otherwise it was when code enforcement approached me, and when they did, I resolved the issue. The cars are disposed of. They're not going to be back.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
No further questions from me.
Any further questions for Mr. Pouliot? Commissioner Howard?
No further question.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions? Further questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, just one quick question. Where are all these cars at now?
They've been disposed of, crushed, and gone. They no longer exist. And there wasn't 20 cars in my yard.
Okay,
There was a significant amount, but it wasn't 20.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Young, anything else?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor, that's all the questions I
Okay,
have.
thank you, Mr. Pouliot. Have a good day.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is an informational hearing on a proposal to change the hours of operation for establishments that sell alcohol. We have one person signed up. It's an informational meeting. I suspect there are more people that want to speak. If anybody in the audience would like to speak to this, would you please raise your hand? Okay. We have Mr. Henry. Your name, sir? Frank Tillman. Yes, sir. Okay, good morning, Mr. Tillman. Okay, is Mr. Dent with us?
I am, Mayor.
Good morning, Ms. Dent.
Good morning.
Could you keep your comments to 5 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of the commission. I appreciate time being here. Joe Dent, I'm with the law firm of Watts and Spence. I'm here to speak on behalf of several bar owners against any change in the current ordinance. As is, as you know, the ordinance allows patrons a reasonable time to finish their last drink from last call at 2:55 by the time that they vacate at 4 o'clock. It also allows them, if there's a need, to find a suitable ride home. Being open until 4 allows the bars to vacate patrons in an orderly fashion without rushing everyone out. It allows the staff to start cleaning, which the staff can continue to do from 4 to 5 o'clock. There are several bars in our community that also serve food, so the premises must be cleaned before they leave. Allowing that ensures the premises are clean when they open for lunch the next day, and you don't have staff would not have time to clean the facilities if you had a last call at 2:45 and everyone out of the premises 30 minutes later at 3:15. There's still things that have to be cleaned, such as the bathrooms. I would submit that environmental health would probably not be pleased if restaurant bars were not cleaning up prior to leaving and then cleaning when the establishment reopens 5 to 7 hours later. I think that changing the proposed change in the ordinance is a reaction to a problem that may not exist with regard to the relationship to bars and a perceived crime problem in the early morning hours. I also will explain how I think that changing the ordinance could create more problems. Currently, as you know, bars quit serving at 2:55. All patrons are out at 4 a.m., and they can have 4 employees remain until 5 a.m. We have requested 911 call logs for 24-hour restaurants and convenience stores and bars. And we have found that there are more calls for 911 in 2019 and 2020 at 24-hour restaurants and convenience stores than the bars. There were various addresses used throughout the city. In our analysis, we defined dangerous crimes as a 911 call that was considered or labeled as a discharge of firearms, an assault, a shooting, a stabbing, or a threat. Our research had 3 convenience stores, which had a total from midnight to 5 a.m. of 212 calls during this 2-year period. Of those calls, there were 9 dangerous calls, 5 of which were after 3 a.m. and 0 after 4 a.m. Suspicious person, criminal trespass, and disorderly conduct, there were 180 calls noted, 46 after 3 a.m. and 24 after 4 a.m. We had 6 restaurants, and that included 2 drive-through restaurants and 4 eat-in restaurants, which were all the Waffle Houses in Albany and Dougherty County. There were 211 calls to those locations. The dangerous crimes were 20. There were 7 after 3 a.m.
30 seconds, Mr. Dent.
Excuse me?
30 seconds, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. 3 after 4 p.m. As far as suspicious criminal crimes, there was 170, 44 after 3 a.m., 44 after 4 a.m. We did 10 bars, which was twice the restaurants and 3 times the convenience stores, 141 total calls. Dangerous crimes were 12, with 4 after 3 a.m., none after 4 a.m. The disorderly conduct calls, there were 90, 16 after 3 a.m. and 1 after 4 a.m. The numbers just don't support the basis for an ordinance change. And quickly, an ordinance change too, I think would create more problems because you're having last call, you're forcing people to drink those last drinks hurriedly within 30 minutes, and then you're putting them out on the street. That, I submit to you, will increase impaired driving because they drank the drinks faster. They don't really think have time to really think and get a ride home. I'll submit to you that in the past, when we had to close up early on Saturdays, I believe that if you go back and look, that it'll show there were more DUIs on Saturday nights than on Friday nights. And finally, the people that are at these bars that are staying until 4 will go elsewhere. They'll go to the neighborhoods and gather at residences, which I submit will create more calls to the police and disturbing neighborhoods when they can't be in the bars and are not yet ready to go home. So I would encourage you to not change the ordinance, and I think the facts bear that there's really not a problem that requires the ordinance to be changed.
Thank you, Mr. Dent. Mr. Howard, any questions for Mr. Dent?
No question, Mr. Dent.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, sir, no questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
Hey, thanks for the facts, Joe, no questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, Mr. Dent, I got a couple of questions. You said you represent owners. Can you divulge who you represent, or how many are you representing? 10 owners, 1 owner, 2 owners? Like, trying to understand who we're hearing from here.
I have been retained by Mr. Udodo, who is working with several different owners. Bo Henry is one of those. I have not met with everyone, so I don't know what other owners, there was a meeting prior to my being retained, and I don't know what other owners were at that meeting. I failed to inquire of that, but I am representing, my contract is with Sandtrap, and I have had discussions with Bo Henry, who owns Harvest Moon. I will submit that our 911 calls did include Sandtrap, Charlie B's, and Harvest Moon were included in those 10 bars.
Okay. Second question, you sound like you did a lot of work with data and pulling 911 logs. So one constituent I heard from did have a lot of 911 calls at their place of business, that their contention was those 911 calls were from the neighboring nightclubs. So when I hear your data you're talking about, can you, let's say a convenience store you gave as an example, those patrons possibly could have come from a nightclub that calls that 911 call at whatever convenience store you're talking about. I mean, we don't know where those patrons or where those instances originated from. They probably didn't originate at the convenience store. They originated from somewhere.
That's very possible. I would concur with you that if you said that many of the folks at Waffle House at 4 a.m. may have come from a local bar to get food after being at the bar. But the fact of the matter is, if you move the time to 3:15 that they have to vacate, you'll still have those people going to the Waffle House. So is the 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock disorderly conduct at those Waffle Houses, could you extrapolate them back to the bars? Possibly, but would that not be the same if they left at 3:15, if they all had to leave at 3:15? I mean, the calls at the restaurants are between 3 and 4 and 4 and 5, and it's 44 for each hour. So yes, they could extrapolate to the bars, but pushing the time back, which is not, I don't think will change that. I mean, the people, when they leave bars, they're hungry, and they're going to go to restaurants, and they're going to be intoxicated. And that's just a fact. There's not much that can be done about that. And I think when you push it off, when you give them just 30 minutes, I think people's nature is to buy their drinks last call, maybe buy multiple drinks, and then finish them as quickly as they can because they have to leave in 30 minutes. And it could cause your problems to be worse at those locations than what they may be now.
Okay. So Mr. Denton, do you know how many nightclubs we have in the city total?
I do not. I can tell you, I can give you the 10 that we requested calls from, or the records from. I'll be happy to do that.
No, I just didn't know from an order of magnitude, you know.
I do not. I mean, I did not determine which request to make, but it was 10, and they ranged from East Albany all the way over to Westover Road.
Okay. And then do you know the status of the alcohol license of your client? Is his alcohol license in good standing?
As far as I know, it is.
Okay. It's under review and under probation, so that would be some information you might want to look at.
I was not involved in that aspect of it, and so I knew that he was operating the 2 lounges that he owned, so I did not, was not aware of that.
Okay, all right. That's it, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dent, for speaking with us.
Commissioner Young, any questions, Mr. Dent?
No, not necessarily. I did want to see if the chief was on the call so we could kind of, I guess, kind of hear from the horse's mouth in terms of some of the assumptions that, Mr. Dent was making with his data, and if that's the same thing he saw from the law enforcement side.
Okay, we'll hear from the chief after we hear from these next two speakers, but you with us, Chief?
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Yes, sir.
Instead of giving us a presentation, if you just could answer Commissioner Young's question right now, and we'll get back to you, Chief.
Yes, sir. You want me to respond to Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir, if you don't mind, just briefly, and then you can follow back up.
Okay, based on what, Mr. Dent was saying, yes, some of these issues can go over. I don't know about the drinking faster part. What I do know is that, the majority of these clubs here in Albany don't stay open until 4. Most of them do close earlier. And as far as incidents that carry over to these convenience stores and the restaurants, we just have to do a deeper dive into them. But I can tell you that I will agree with him that some of these issues do stem from after the clubs are over.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Dent. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Tillman? Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you identify yourself for the record, please, Mr. Tillman, and also, if you don't mind, sort of explain what your interest is?
My name's Frank Tillman. I own Charlie B's on Dawson Road. And my interest is, I'd like to clean up my business every night before I leave. I have to run credit cards, I have to do paperwork, I have to count money, I have to dump trash cans, I have to sweep, and we have to mop. I promise you, people spill a lot more than they drink. And if we wait till the next day, it's like trying to mop up concrete. It's a sticky mess. And that's all, you know, if you want the customers out by 3:15, good. I'm normally out by 3:30 anyhow. But I just want time to be able to clean up before I go home. And that's my only concern.
Okay.
I mean, I had my health inspection last Friday, and I told the health inspector what y'all were planning, and she said, there's no way you can clean up the bar and stay up to code with 30 minutes to clean up and get out. I mean, I know there's where you can have 4 employees to 5 o'clock in the morning. I am not going to be there to 5 o'clock in the morning, I promise you that. Never have been, never will. I've always been out by 4. And like here recently, we cut the lights on when we quit serving, and we generally we're out by 3:30.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions, Mr. Tillman?
Good morning, Mr. Tillman. How you doing?
Just fine, sir.
And you did say that you are the owner of Charlie B.
Yes, sir.
And if we just, what Public Safety Commissioner, department decide that to stop your last drink at 2:45, and you said you were out of there about 4 o'clock, right?
I'm usually out by 3:30.
Mm-hmm. So you don't think that as we got it, has been revised that you can stop your last drink at 2:55 and clean up before 4 o'clock a.m.?
Yeah, like I said, we're normally done and out of there by 3:30.
By 3:30.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what's your complaint or your opposition that we should not?
Well, that's cutting 15 minutes out of my cleaning time. If we all got to be out by 3:15, there's no way I can do my paperwork and get the building cleaned.
Okay. It makes sense, and we probably will look at after hearing from other individuals that we can have cleaning and out about 3:15 or 3:30, you know, I'm pretty sure that it's not in it's not in brick and mortar, that there could be some flexibility. And we are going to, after hear from everybody, we're going to go back and ask the chief that some of these places that keep his officer running from place to place. But thank you for coming and making your observation.
All right, thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Tillman, hold on. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions, Mr. Tillman?
No, sir, no questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Well, I'd really like to take time to thank you, Frank, because you are my neighbor, and it's been a long time since I've seen you, but I do know you take time to make sure that parking lot is picked up with the churches that you're next to. So thank you very much for that, sir. No, nothing else.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, Mr. Tillman, thanks so much for taking time to come speak to us. So right now, you're out by 3:30.
Yes, sir.
What time do you close in order to make that happen?
2:55.
Okay, so 30 minutes. So you stop serving and you shut down at 2:55.
Yes.
So basically, you need 30 minutes of cleaning,
Well, yes,
closeout,
I mean,
financial.
If I have a stack of credit cards I have to run and do tip adjustments on, it might be 3:40 or whatever, you know, but I'm just, you know, if you want the customers out by 3:15, that's fine. I just want to be able to, you know, have enough time for me and my employees to clean up for the next day.
Okay. All right. So your main feedback is you just need 30 minutes,
At
whatever
least,
we do.
You know, it depends on how the night goes, but normally I'm out by 3:30 or 3:40.
And so I think our proposal had stopping to serve at 2:45. Do
Yeah.
you see that 10 minutes of backing it up 10 minutes as being impactful, as long as you have the 30 minutes of cleanup time?
Well, yeah, it's going to cost me a lot in sales, and it's going to put a lot of our tax dollars in Lee County.
That 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Young?
No questions. Thanks for your comments this morning, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Tillman, good morning. So, it's I understand it, the proposal is to have last call at 2:45 instead of 2:55.
Yes.
And what you're saying is from 2:45 to 3:15 is not sufficient time for me to close my registers and to clean the bar.
Yes, sir.
And also, as Commissioner Fletcher said, there's a concern about people throwing trash out in the parking lot, and I hope you are conscientious enough to.
I have trash bags in the trunk of my car.
Okay. Well, what the 10-minute, looking at these other, Athens is 2 o'clock, Valdosta is 2 o'clock, Columbus is 2:55, and Macon's 2 o'clock. So if we were at 2:45, we'd still be open longer than everybody on this list except Columbus. You said that cost you a lot of sales. I mean, one problem, I mean, the biggest problem is this exception that 4 people can stay in the bar between 4 and 5, because apparently at some bars that is really just an opportunity to stay open another hour. But what if the hours, if the last call was at 2:45, how much time would you need to adequately clean up, close your registers, and prepare for the next day?
Yeah, that would depend on the night.
Yes,
I'm not
okay,
visible,
well,
you know,
you know,
if you want if you want me to stop serving at 2:45, you've got no problem with that. If, you know, want the customers out by 3:15, I got no problem with that. But if, you know, if I could just have till 4, not 5, just till 4 to clean up before I go home, that's all I'm asking for.
Okay. Well, I mean, Mr. Tillman, you're in the bar business, and we appreciate your thoughts, but the problem here in operations is it's so much easier to say everybody has to be out of the building by this point in time, because if we say all customers have to be out, well, the police officers are gonna have a hard time in enforcing that. And so what you're telling me is 4 o'clock, you can't make it 3:30.
All my employees have ABC cards.
Yes.
So we're distinguishable between the customers.
Well, but, I mean, as a practical matter, though, what I'm saying, Mr. Tillman, is if a police officer comes and there are 8 people in there, we're gonna spend, that is one of the problems that brings this to light, that maybe an inordinate amount of time is being devoted to establishments that are open after 3 o'clock in the morning. So, I mean, my thought, having looked at it, is that
If anybody wants to come in there after last call and see what we're doing, we're sweeping, we're mopping, and we're cleaning.
yes, well, no, Mr. Tillman, we don't want people, we don't want our police officers to be doing that, and that's why we need, I think we need a hard and fast rule about what time it is. But we appreciate your comments. You want to say anything else?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for coming, Mr. Tillman, and you have a good day. Mr. Henry? Good morning.
Does paying for 5 licenses give me 25 minutes, or I just got 5?
Sir?
I said, does paying for 5 licenses in this town give me 25 minutes, or just 5? Just kidding.
I guess you could sign up 5 times.
Hey, one of the things I do want to start with is we're talking about something here that is a licensed business, that's legal. Some people might not like that, but it is. It's licensed and it's legal. And so you're talking about having people that are out at that time of night in a business that you have control over. You have an address in a proper location for nighttime business, not disturbing people in neighborhoods. And we all know that there are illegal liquor houses, there are shot houses in neighborhoods that are disrupting people of all ages who don't want to be around nightlife, who want to sleep at night. And one of my concerns with closing businesses earlier is it puts people in multiple locations in neighborhoods that police officers are going to have to go and be spread out through neighborhoods to control things that shouldn't be going on in neighborhoods. That's why with planning and development, you have a location that allows a spot at night that is hopefully not going to disturb people that are trying to sleep at night. Lee County, one point Mr. Tillman made is, the earlier you start closing could stop people, it could defer them to go to the Lee Pub, okay, and not even come to his business, and mine's not quite as late as his. But I just know once things start like this, next thing you know, it's earlier and earlier, and then it starts affecting my business too. And my business is open late. We do have live music, but we also serve 76% food at my business. We're a restaurant. People come to my business at night to eat and have a drink from Procter & Gamble, from Miller Brewery, from all the other restaurants that close maybe at 1 or 2 in the morning. They want to come at that point and have a drink just like you or somebody else might want to at 5 or 6 when they get off work. And so it's the time thing to me is not such a big deal. But once again, I started this off by legal and license. Y'all make rules on our license. You have police and code enforcement to enforce those rules. And if people are breaking the rules, then I understand completely you going and doing something about that. But for those of us that aren't and are trying to do the things the right way by the law, why come and punish us for that? Why punish my 220 employees who have been kicked harder than anybody in this, as hard as anybody in this community right now with COVID? We were shut down for 3 months by the city, state, everybody. We were shut down for 3 months. No business-friendly commissioners came and said, hey, guys, y'all were shut down 3 months last year. Let's take a percentage off of your liquor license this year. That's not the case. Right now, during our hardest economic times we've ever had in this business, all across the nation, now I feel like we're getting kicked while we're down, and so do my employees. My employees, there's 220-something people we employ, are feeding their families, paying rental property taxes, such as that in this town, and believe it or not, the 10 minutes can really change the whole model of the business. It's just brings negative thoughts to our business, and once again, like I say, right across the Lee County line, they can go there. So, oh, we can't stay as long out in Albany anymore. We're going to Lee County. Well, we pay some of the highest tax revenue in this business there are because we have an excise tax on top of sales tax. So I feel like you have to look at everything. And once again, I take responsibility for serving alcohol. I have 2 shuttles that I run at my business every night that anybody who comes to my place and drinks can have a free ride home, because I take responsibility of what I do. I also take responsibility of citizens out in the community, and I want to make sure that I'm providing safe alternatives for people who do want to come enjoy themselves, but also be safe for the ones out there that are not interested in that. And I just feel like that if you're looking at this because of crime or whatever brought this upon, there's so many other real problems. I have a picture on my phone that I did this because of this, but it doesn't matter. You can go see it anytime you want to. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, or in the daytime the other day, there's a man drunk asleep beside a restaurant because he's left the liquor store at 11 o'clock in the morning. Time has nothing to do with whether or not people are going to do things and silly things. We have to let your people, if there is a problem, handle the problems, but not come after the ones who are trying to do it right. And, there's lots of other things I have here. I understand that I'm not sitting here wanting to be here all day either. So the other thing with the times and cleaning up, some people's places aren't as big or might not be as dirty as others, and so you have to take into consideration, and I understand you do want a time, and once again, we as the workers are tired at that point. Once it's time to stop serving, I want to give my people ample time to finish their drink in a normal manner, not have to chug it down, and finish their product in a normal manner, leave my place, and I do have to clean up. And by health department regulations, I'm serving lunch the next day. And so it takes me a long time. And also, to figure out your closing business at the end of the night, you're doing credit cards, you're filling out you're figuring out your sales tax, your excise tax, all these things that you're doing, your tips for your employees. Those things take time. It's not just, hey, let's close the shop up and move on and go home. That would be great. But I think a lot of y'all are in business and understand that it doesn't work like that. And to clean up from, just like Mr. Tillman said, from our type of business takes time, and to do it right. And by health regulations, we want to do it right for one, but we also have regulations we have to follow. And so please, in y'all's time of doing all these changes, consider all these things. Understand that we're in business, the majority of us are in here trying to do it right. It's worked great since they changed this thing in 10, 15 years ago. I feel like that where y'all have it now works great. It gives us, I feel like you could even cut down the 4 people till 5 o'clock. I feel like you could cut that back some. But I feel like that the time to stop serving and the time for the customers to be out is very ample and good. You're a college town. You want to see people come here and enjoy themselves in the right way, for sure. But please consider that. If you had to take back we start cleaning as soon as last call is done also. But it does take us sometimes till at least 4, and sometimes a little after 4, according to what kind of night it is and how busy we are, because we're getting ready for the next day's lunch. But we don't take advantage of that by any means. My people have worked all night and are ready to get cleaned up as quick as they can, doing the right, good job, and go home and go to bed.
Okay. Thank you. Hold on. Commissioner Howard, any questions for Mr. Henry?
Just thank for sharing here.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Mr. Henry?
No, sir, no questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Bo, how long do you serve food?
I serve food and, I mean, normally till about 3, I serve pizza slices till about 3:30, 3:45. I usually cut my oven off about 3:45. You'd be amazed at the people who come in from like I say, shift work and restaurant work, who come in at 3 o'clock, 2:45, come in and sit down and eat pizza slices. I do not have my full kitchen open because of just employees, but I serve pizza slices until about 3:45.
Yeah, and I know it takes a while to clean up that equipment. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Warburton?
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Mr. Henry, thank you so much for coming, and we had multiple conversations on the phone just talking through this. You know, I do appreciate your 5 businesses that you just mentioned. I frequent all 5 of them. And the unfortunate thing, even when I think back to my time in middle school and high school, is sometimes it just takes 1 or 2 people that affects everybody. And sometimes I remember in school was 1 or 2 misbehaved and the whole class gets punished. And sometimes that's kind of what this feels like, because honestly, I think we got somewhere around 40 nightclubs, you know, approximately throughout the whole city. But I venture to say majority of them, including your restaurants, are doing what they're supposed to do. But it's the ones that cause problems. And Mr. Norman and his group, they are working those aggressively. But at the same time, I have to think about the officer on the street. You know, it's just the data may or may not be there, but you got to think about it of just the officer on the street. How can we help him or her be more consistent and to ensure the ones that aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, that there's a clear way for them to keep us safe. One question I did want to ask you, so right now, I mean, basically, if I can simplify this whole deal, we have 1 hour to close and 1 hour for cleanup. That's really our current, you know, 2:55 to 4 a.m. You know, you stop serving, so you have 1 hour for your customers to finish, to exit, and then you have 1 hour for cleanup. I think what we're kind of doing is we're just kind of compressing that, saying 30 minutes for customers to finish. And even though we hadn't talked about a cleanup, I mean, we could do a 30-minute cleanup, but what's your thoughts about 30-30 versus 1 hour, 1 hour? Does it really put
How can I tell you how long it takes you to clean up a cabinet job without going and seeing? Come see. I told you last week, I said, hey, buddy, come up here any night and you can watch how we do this, because I really feel like that will help you. It would help any of you. And I welcome you to my business. You can watch, you can see what we do. And then, because honestly, I mean, we're going by 4:15 most mornings. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer than after you get those last few people out. And a lot of times, another thing with my shuttle running, you know, it takes a while for my shuttle to take people home sometimes. So the shuttle's full, it takes one group. It comes back and gets another one, it takes another group. Sometimes they're waiting on Ubers. What do? Kick them out and make them sit outside in 30-degree weather because they're Ubering there, or they're busy that night, or my van's not back, you know? And so, but, you know, seriously, come and see what it takes to do to clean up a place, because to do it right, and to have people walk in the next day and
rightfully so, every nightclub is different. Some you might be able to clean up in 30 minutes if they're
correct.
Smaller.
What size, how busy you were that night.
That's
all
right.
Nights of the year are different. You never know. You hope people come. You don't know that they are, but you hope they do, you know.
So it is hard to put up.
It is.
Because
right.
One shoe doesn't
right.
fit all. Right.
And you know, and I understand this is a privileged license. You know what I mean? It is a privileged license. You should have to do right to have this license, to keep this license. And speaking of the police too, and I know that all of them are different, but I have talked to police since this came up, to police who are on the night shift. And all of them will tell you all different kinds of, yes, they have some issues from this, yes, but they will also tell you that when people are in one place and there's a problem, they can control it better than if they were spread all over the city. I know that there are limited cops at nighttime, and if these people do disperse out into your neighborhoods and start having neighborhood parties everywhere, that is going to divide your police force even further, dealing with the same people they'd be dealing. I even look at it as all of them at the bar, it's like hunting fish in a barrel. You know, your people who are out for nightlife are in one confined place that should have license, insurance, security, be doing the right thing, have rules to follow. There's a list of rules that you follow when you're serving alcohol. And you put these same people who, you can say that it closes at 12 or at 5. The people are going to go home when the people want to go home. You cannot make a law that is going to stop people from being out and doing something. What you can do is have a law to where this is the places they go, and those places have laws. And I just feel like and two, you're making an excise tax. You got a lot of these places are paying off-duty officers to work, so you're helping. You got people employing people that are working late. I mean, I have 2 guys that come in and clean up. I mean, I'm employing them every night of the year, except I don't open on Sundays, and I could, but I don't. I'm closed on Sunday. But, you know, all these things to where you're sending them out to places that are not monitored, not insured, don't have rules or licenses, into neighborhoods where my grandma or my mom or somebody that's not interested in nightlife is trying to sleep and being disturbed by people who want to be out at night. I think those are things that you really have to take into consideration with this. But once again, I mean, I'm all for following the rules, and whatever rule you make, we're going to follow. And we're going to do the best of our ability to do that. And I understand looking at stuff like this, but I just want y'all to look at all of the, from all sides of things that we see when we're out there at night. You know what I mean? You know, and anyway, I appreciate your time. Let me come to at least explain that.
Yeah, I appreciate your input, Mr. Henry. Thank you for coming.
Commissioner Young, any questions for Mr. Henry?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you for coming, Mr. Henry. So basically what you're talking about is that there's probably a lot of unintended consequences to changing this time in hopes of actually curbing crime or thinking that we're going to do something that's going to change the situation out on the street after these after your business is closed. But can you kind of you know, speak to, I guess, what you know, were you in on the process of, I know you said you had some conversations with a couple of commissioners, but were you in on the process when, I guess, the idea for this possible ordinance came up?
No, I mean, I was just notified that it might be coming up, which I was in business when they changed it last time, and I was involved with that one too, but I was just, when I did hear that it was coming up, I reached out to the people in my ward that represent my wards and explained to them that, you know, my concerns and just thoughts on it, and that's basically all that I've had to do with it. And I waited to come today to speak so that I could basically tell everybody, just me being out there and seeing what really goes on at night, and that, you know, giving them feedback from the true eyes of it. It's just like the curb store thing you were saying. The people come to your that leave the bars might be causing the problems. There were also the people that go there at 1 in the morning or 12 at night or whatever and buy a 6-pack and drink it before they come to my place. They can be coming from somewhere else causing problems with me. And that's why we have someone usually at our door to make sure that somebody that's coming in before they get there has not had too much to drink somewhere else or at their house, so that they would come into my business and cause a problem, you know. So anyway, that's kind of my.
Can you give us this kind of you've been around for a number of years, but because I don't quite remember when the law changed. Because I remember when I was, you know, going out, you know, it stopped at 2. But when it changed, can you tell us what that effect had on your business, or were you around when the ordinance changed then, and maybe shed some light on how it affected your business?
So used to, the law is on the weeknights, you could actually serve until 4, but you had to be out at 4 also. So what the commission back then decided to do, except on Saturday night, they stopped serving at 12 and you had to be out by 2. So what they decided to do back then, and this was before 07, because I was still downtown, or before 08, I moved it from downtown in 08. This was before that. What the commission did is they did a big study and all this stuff, and they decided to move all the nights a week back an hour in sales, and then allow for people to finish their last drink and clean up until 4. And then on Saturday night, they had it stopping at 12, but you had to be out by 2. Well, that was the same thing as the more you take it back, then what happened, of course, is everybody was buying buckets of beers or shots, and they were probably buying more alcohol than they needed because they were saying, oh, it's last call and I got 2 hours left. When they really only needed 2 beers for those last 2 hours, they were buying 6 and causing people to actually drink more. And so I just feel like that, let people drink at the rate that they normally would drink at and know that they can handle. And it's my job and my bartender's job, who have to get an ABC card, to let them know when they probably had too much to drink. And it's also, I feel, my responsibility and my manager's and my security's responsibility when somebody's walking out the door that looks like they might not need to drive, to stop them and say, hey, we offer you a free ride home, or we'll help you get an Uber or whatever else. It's just, I feel like businesses, any business has to take responsibility for what they do in business, and that's what I do, and that's what I hope everybody would do. You know, I mean, especially when you're dealing with the general public and the community, I mean, we have an obligation to that, and that's where I come from.
So it sounds like we probably should have had you in on the discussion so you could kind of give us a real world scenario in terms of the behaviors of, you know, people who are in your establishment at night, and, you know, whether or not they're going to try, like it's been said, try to rush to get a lot of alcohol right before last call and then be able to sit there, or whether or not we needed to adjust those times so people weren't able to kind of overindulge. But I appreciate your comments, and
yes, sir.
Hopefully, you know, we can have you in on the discussion beforehand, and but just understanding that, you know, kind of doing a blanket ordinance affects, you know, a lot of different things, and we can have a lot of unintended consequences. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Let me say, Mr. Henry, some of the things, I mean, Mr. Dent said the same things about spreading over and going to parties. I mean, it presumes something that's just not true. I mean, I was young once. You stay out 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, you've been drinking, you're not completely level-headed. I mean, what the city needs to do and has done in the past, I remember back in the maybe 70s or 80s, yesterdays used to have 3 for 1, which is not really a good idea for the community. Also,
which is not allowed anymore.
Yeah, I understand that,
yeah.
But the idea of selling buckets of beers right at closing is contrary to the whole idea of we're bringing this nights of events to an end. I mean, I want to say, just from left field to you and Mr. Tillman, I mean, we have establishments within a mile of the recycling place in Meredith, and I know you've had unfortunate experience with it before when you did try to recycle, but I would like our businesses to reconsider that. I mean, I just think it's tragic that we throw in tons of bottles and cans away. And
so did I, and I took truckloads of them over there and found out they were throwing them in the landfill. I crushed them. I spent literally probably $100 and something a week for 5 years trying to do that, and then to come to find out they were throwing what we were doing to try to recycle into the landfill. So yes, I agree with you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Henry, but now I think I might can do something about it. When you found out before, I wasn't in a position to. But and this about going to parties, I think some people are going to do it if the bar closes at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock.
They are.
What I see is the problem is in going through this history. It was 2004 when I was on the commission before. I mean, I guess it was sort of a blue law thing that on Saturday night you had to quit serving. It says 11:55. Mr. Davis got this kind of history for us. It was 11:55 and you had to be out by 2. Of course, Saturday night's a big night, and I think we looked at other cities, and most cities stayed open on Saturday night just like any other night. I mean, it's a weekend night. But one problem here in this history Mr. Davis provided is back in '09 is when this provision was added that 4 people, employees, could stay till 5 a.m. Well, as I've said, that is obviously a problem, and our officers doesn't need to have to go in to say who's an employee here or who's not. I mean, I think.
Well, maybe do the research and see how many officers have been called to bars between 4 and 5.
Okay. Well,
that would be, I mean, I'm just saying that might be a good way to look and see how much time's having to be spent there.
But I mean, I think this provision has absolutely got to be changed, and if it's be out by 3:30 or 4, but you know,
well, maybe 4:15 and give it 15 minutes after your customers get out. You have 15 minutes to do the last few things, cut your alarm on, and your manager exit the building.
Okay. Well, I'm sure. I mean, the commission, as Commissioner Young said, we want to hear from you. That's why we're here. That no decisions have been made.
Right.
But one thing I want you and Mr. Tillman and everybody else to understand, aside from the fact that most bars don't take the opportunity to stay open to 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, it appears that.
Hey, there's many nights I don't.
They got a different clientele. I understand. You got folks that are in their 40s and 50s. They're going to go out early and probably go home sooner. But we'll just provide this with you. I mean, to you. In Athens, they start serving at 2 o'clock in the morning, and everybody has to be out by 2:45. So
yeah, they also have hundreds of thousands of people really coming from Atlanta and football game days to sell to also. I promise you, they're grossing a lot more money than we are there until 2.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with you now, Bo. Let's just get this, and we'll work through it, and we'll identify the problems. And but I mean, we're not working against you. We want to work with you.
Please do.
Let me get you this,
Please
and we'll hear from the chief, and we'll go forward. And we'll address the situation.
You've been involved in ownership of a bar before too. I know it wasn't you personally, but your family, and so you understand. You ought to understand. Remember back, you know, I mean, I feel like y'all try to do things right, you know, and at your place of business, and you know, you were for extending the hours, or your family was. When I mean, I'm just saying, remember back when y'all are making these kinds of decisions.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, can we hear from you?
Yes, sir. When this came up in the Public Safety Committee meeting, Marshall Norman was a part of that meeting also, and he can speak to some of this, is that the original intent was moving to close it to the final serving time back to 2:45 with the customers being out by 3:15. We didn't, and I can't remember if we specifically added anything about the time people had to be out when it came to cleaning. And I do agree, depending on the size and the event, whatever happened that night, that some places may need more time than others. The other thing to take into consideration is that for the most part, bars and nightclubs, and I understand those places such as Mr. Henry's that kind of makes a transition at some point during the evening, but for the most part, bars and nightclubs, they don't take advantage of the staying open until 4. They get the majority of their customers out. I mean, they close a little earlier, and it's only a few businesses. As a matter of fact, for the 2020 time frame, when we looked at between the hours of 2 and 4, there were only 5 locations that had incidents at their bar, which is, you know, that's
kind of low compared to the number of bars and nightclubs that we do have. But the purpose of this was just to get the feedback and determine, do we need to change the hours? I am supportive of the businesses and what would work best for all businesses. And I do agree with Mr. Henry that if everyone abided by and made sure that they did the right thing, not just by following the city ordinances, but also taking care of their customers, then, you know, I do think that some of the challenges we have at these places would be lessened. To add to the part about the house party, you know, that happens here lately, that is happening few and far in between, but, you know, you never know where people may go and congregate at. But I do know in the past that some people, there were some places that have been shut down now, that after the club closed, everyone went to this 1 or 2 spots, and they stayed to 6 o'clock in the morning, and those were a problem. But like I said, those places have been closed now.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Howard, any questions for Chief personally?
Chief, thank you for being here. I do have a concern, and I hope that you will see that we may need to do some changes when we are issuing these alcohol licenses, these club things of that nature, is that you and your staff, because time have changed and we're dealing with a different generation now, that when Mr. Norman issued these licenses to a club or bar, whatever, is that you take an active role is to look at a radius of neighborhoods and things of this nature to say that, do we have too many of these establishments in 1 mile radius or whatever? Because I think that if it's God's will, if we come out of this coronavirus, that thing, the way we think, the way we do things probably will not be the same. Is that we don't want to continue to tie police up at these clubs after hours, because in the real world, that in the last 20-some years that I've been here, there are certain clubs that there have been numerous incidents, shooting, fighting, things of that nature. And I don't want to see the police department be tied up at these clubs rather than someone in the neighborhood breaking in your house on a widow or elder person. So we got to do some things that we have not done in the past to think outside the box, because I am afraid not only for the safety of these individual clubs, but the safety of this community, that we just certainly got to make some change. And we have no control of what's coming out of these households, but what coming out of these households, as I see it, which is going to be challenged for you or anybody else in the near future. So I think that we need to work together with Mr. Norman when these establishment comes up for an alcohol license, is to look at the neighborhoods and some of the challenges that these neighborhoods are trying to survive without any of these activities or these clubs in the neighborhood to create more problems. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, sir, nothing further.
Mr. Fletcher?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. So my question, I was just going to, so, you know, I know you provided a lot of data. We've discussed it in our public safety, but just in general, I guess as I see this, we're proposing, instead of having and I call it a ramp down. Basically, it's a ramp down of being open fully to where the doors are closed and the lights are turned off. Right now, it's a 2-hour and 5-minute ramp down, and we're talking about compressing that as well as moving up 5 or 10 minutes. But just in general, how would that positively or negatively affect your officers? I mean, the data, Mr. Dent shared some data, you pull some data, and that's the data is tough to handle, but just overall, compressing all that that ramp down from 2 hours down, what do you see as the major reason there?
Well, currently, for officers to work at a bar or nightclub, there have to be 2 on duty at a minimum. If it's going to be a bigger event, then the bar owner is encouraged to have more than 2 officers. So the officers who are working at these places, they're off duty. And they stay until the club is closed. And that means that as of right now, they make sure everyone is out by 4 for those that stay open that late. And when you look at the majority of calls, we have one in particular that has a high volume of calls, and that's because these are cases that the officers are making because they're on site there. When it comes to the impact, we would just have to do a study when we look at the calls to service outside of what actually happens at the nightclub, and how many of these incidents may have stemmed from the club. So if the hours were pushed back, then officers will still be there. Those clubs that do hire my officers, they will be there, and I would just say you would, instead of maybe having to deal with a situation a little bit longer into the night or early morning, it'll just be backed up some. So, but we just have to do a look at what we currently have and if we move those hours back.
Okay, that's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Young, any questions for Chief Pursley?
No, sir, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Marshall, Norman, did you want to speak to this?
No, sir, I think the chief covered everything.
Okay. Well, any questions for the Marshal? Mr. Howard?
No question for Marshall.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, sir, no question.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, I had one question, Mr. Norman. So I know we've talked a lot, even at our annual renewal, about the establishments that are under review. I guess there's review and then there's probation, but have you ever used closing time in any of those disciplinary buckets, I guess you could say?
During the renewal period, we try to look at the time that majority of the incidents are transpiring, and what type of incidents are transpiring, other than just being on the property, and based on that is where we make a conclusion for the review.
Right, but part of review, I know there's example things like requiring security officers, have you ever shortened a nightclub's operating hours as part of one of the parts of a probationary period or review period?
Yes, sir. There has been a recommendation to cut their hours by at least 30 minutes, and most of the establishments that was on the review made that recommendation that they would consider cutting their hours by 30 minutes in order to try to curtail the amount of alcohol being consumed and having individuals leave at a more decent time, and so not to receive more people who are further intoxicated from other establishments.
So it wasn't a rule, it was a recommendation, and
That's
they could
correct.
take it or leave it. It was just a recommendation.
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have the authority to make a rule to say, you've had X number of instances, we're going to make you close an hour early? Can we do that legally?
No, sir. It has to be listed inside the ordinance.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Young, any questions for Marshal Norman?
No, sir, no questions.
Thank you, Marshal.
Yes, sir.
The next item on the agenda is an appointment to the Long-Term Financial Planning Committee.
Yes, Mayor. We were asked to put this on the agenda because we have two vacancies on this committee, one from one from the City Commission and one from the Utility Board. We provided a list of the members, and the vacancy is from Commissioner Postel, who passed last year, and Samuel Sneed on the Utility Board, who moved to Lee County.
Any discussion about this?
Mr. Mayor, I probably have a name of a commissioner next, when we come up again next week.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. I know we're not voting on it today, but I would propose Commissioner Warburton.
Okay.
From our commission, and then from the utility board, I would propose Stan Lowe.
Okay. Well, I'll just wait till my turn. All right. Commissioner Fletcher?
Well, I would second both of those from Commissioner Fuller. Thank
Okay.
you.
Commissioner Warrington?
No comment, I don't have anything.
Commissioner Young?
I don't have anything. I couldn't hear the city clerk too clearly.
Ms. Talbert had notified us that there are two appointments, two vacancies on this long-term financial planning committee, and I just asked if anybody had a recommendation.
Okay.
Ms. Subadan, can I ask that we get some background on this? I certainly have no problem with Commissioner Warrington serving, but I wonder whether or not the committee actually has any purpose now. And when I say that is, it seems to me that when the MEAG credits came in, the city passed an ordinance or resolution, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Davis, that said the city's going to have 2/3 of this money and we're going to use it in a certain way, and Water, Gas, and Light has 1/3 of it. Well, since that time, the charter has been changed, and Water, Gas, and Light doesn't have authority to spend over $200,000. I don't know if there's any money in Water, Gas, and Light's third, but I think we need some information on this. I think when I was reading, it says that the committee meets quarterly. Is there something in there? Yeah, at least quarterly. And I doubt this committee has been meeting in quite some time. It might be that this is a committee that no longer has a purpose. And but if we could get an update, Ms. Subadan, on, was it $67 million? Is that what it ended up being?
80.
I think it was less than 80.
Yeah, it was close to 70. The committee does have a purpose. I can summarize that for you. In the past, what has happened is the long-term financial planning committee has voted on projects sponsored by the Economic Development Commission, and there is a policy associated with how that works. So I think my understanding is that long-term financial planning committee was specifically for the job investment funds, not for the entire MEAG credit. We can write up a summary for the board and send that out by email, and we'll have that done prior to the night meeting.
Okay, and we can get an accounting of how the money has been spent?
Yeah, we'll provide that to you again. We've provided it numerous times in the past. We'll be happy to provide it again.
Okay, I mean, I think it's just terrible that the city commission some years use those funds for the operating budget. We'll identify how much that is. But I don't guess I'd be so bold as to say the city ought to pay the fund back, even though that's probably what ought to happen. But looking at this, it does say the committee should meet quarterly. I think if, with all due respect, I think the utility board, if there's a reason for the utility board to have a member on the committee, the utility board ought to be able to make that appointment. I don't know if that's the case, but if the city commission makes all the appointments, but we need to look at the, Ms. Davis, you can do that for us, can't you?
Yes, sir. The page 40 of your agenda would explain that one appointment is from you and your colleagues, and the other appointment is from the utility board. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that way, it wouldn't be for us to nominate a member of the utility board. But, and there again, I think this was drafted when the utility board had the authority to spend its third of the money in any way it saw fit. And
that's exactly right. Yes, sir.
Yes,
The
sir.
$200,000 limitation is just on, I think, individual purchases or matters made by the utility board.
Well, I don't.
That's the, after that number, it comes to y'all.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we look forward to getting that, and so we understand then, Ms. Subadan, that the other appointment should be made by the utility board.
Do you want them to make a recommendation to the city commission, or do you want them to appoint somebody?
Well, I think what Mr. Davis just told us is that the resolution says they have the authority to appoint two members.
Okay. Our next utility board meeting is next Thursday. We can put it on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me?
I was asking, were you, I guess, expressing a history of this board? That's when this board came about? During the MEAG, when we got the MEAG credit?
A brief summary, somewhat maybe inaccurate, but my understanding of it, yes, sir.
Okay, so this board is how old?
Okay, it was established
2009.
2009.
Specifically for the purposes of overseeing the MEAG credit?
I'm not the one to answer that question. I guess Mr. Davis would be in a better position to answer that.
Yes, sir. I think that was the explicit purpose. You'll notice at page 39, the bottom preamble refers, from a practical standpoint, MEAG began in 2009 to lower the generation charges to the city, and that's where the, I guess the word credits came up, but it was money that the bill from MEAG in plain speak was less each month for that 10 years, and that's what created the amount of money in the that was coming to the city. And I believe at some point there was a job investment fund, and maybe some MEAG money went into. Is that right, Ms. City Manager? Their job investment fund received some of the MEAG funds.
A third went into the job investment fund. That is correct.
Okay. So I assume this particular board has some type of sunset based on the amount of money that's left to be spent from the MEAG credit?
That's a good point. Probably, I guess the funds would sunset at some point. Like the city manager said, I think finance has sent out some nice summary showing the amount of the MEAG money that had been spent and how much was remaining. Thank you.
Did you have something to add, Ms. Subadan?
We will review the bylaws of the Long-Term Financial Planning Committee as part of our summary report to you. I don't know that the ordinance actually called out a sunset, but if funding is depleted, then there would be nothing really for them to rule on or opine. I think it would be logical that if the money was exhausted, the Financial Planning Committee would have concurred.
Okay, thank you.
But, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I had something to respond to this new conversation. I don't know if you want to go back around or if you just want me to speak, because you kind of brought up some new points.
Okay, let's do that. Commissioner Howard, any other comments or questions?
No comments on the long-term finance is that, do we know exactly how much money is still there?
Yes, sir, we do. We'll provide that as part of the report.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No comment.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to say, I somewhat agree with what you're saying. I do think we're in a different time than when this was formed, because there's no, the money is not, the amount of money is fixed, other than drawing interest. So now it's more of how do we use the money going forward, versus I think when this was done, it was in a manner of trying to at least keep a third of it, because that's really what the policy was, 33 1/3 would go into this pot. So I would like to discuss maybe, this would be a recommending board. This board in itself doesn't have any power or ability to make decisions. They would just bring recommendations back to this board. But I do think from a utility standpoint, you know, this money came from ratepayers. It came from utility customers, which most are citizens, but technically it's mainly. So I think the connection to utilities somewhat needs to be there, because there should always be, in my opinion, some connection back to utilities with this money, in terms of, you know, right now we're using job investment fund. Well, that's growing jobs, growing load on our system. I think we used it for street lights, which is an infrastructure part of utilities. So, you know, hopefully none of us would use this money to go put new carpet in here, or you know, do something that's not connected. I think it always somewhat needs to be connected to utilities, infrastructure, because really it's the ratepayers whose money this is ultimately, and it was just refunded back to us. So anyway, with all that being said, I think it is maybe time to rethink this, and maybe I guess rewrite it or what have you, to have a more of a working recommendation type board for this money.
Thank you. Commissioner Young, anything else?
Yes, sir. I don't have anything else other than to say that, you know, again, if the purpose laid out here in this resolution was to, you know, kind of oversee to make recommendations on how this money should be spent, then that's where it should, you know, stay, and not kind of like try to see what else we can do on the board, because I don't want to get too far flung in terms of having, you know, these boards that, you know, just kind of, you know, go from one thing to the other. So, you know, as the city manager said, if the money is spent, then that would, you know, I guess, be the end of the responsibilities of that board. And that's all I have to add.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Norman, you step forward. The next two items on the agenda are applications for transfer of alcohol license. The first is the Food Line LLC at 2800 Old Dawson Road.
Good morning again. Can you hear me pretty good? Can you hear me with the microphone? All right. Food Lion LLC, doing business as Food Lion number 2820 at 2800 Old Dawson Road, has submitted an application for transfer of an existing alcoholic license for packaged beer and wine. The applicant is Jason Wilson at 198 Anson Drive, China, Georgia, North Carolina. The local agent is Kenneth Thomas, 626 Longbow Drive, here in Albany. This type of business is a supermarket. The planning department identified this location zone in C3 on an arterial street and in Ward 5. There is no distance requirement by it being a transfer. This establishment was previously listed as Harvey Supermarket number 1695 from 2011 to 2021. The police department has no open investigation at this location. The police calls over the past 12 months, there were 5 property crimes, 2 disorderly conducts, 15 building checks, and 14 miscellaneous. This is one application of 3 that will be submitted to the commission. The other 2 will be coming next month. The applicant placed an article in the Albany Herald for his notification to the general public that this application will be coming before the commission for consideration. The location and the applicant meets the criteria for approval.
Thank you, Marshal Norman. Mr. Howard, any questions for?
No question, but Mr. Norman, you did say the other 2 locations will be coming for approval next month.
Yes, sir. 2
In
more.
Rain Spring and North Slappy.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem,
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher,
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington,
No question.
Commissioner Young.
No question.
Let me ask you, Ms. Norman, this is that shopping center where Ross's is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how many Harveys have closed?
All 3 of them.
Okay. And so Food Line is coming in at all those locations?
That's correct.
Okay, that's, okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. The next item is application for transfer of beer and wine license at 2125 Newton Road.
Our Son Enterprises LLC, doing business as Albany Food Mart at 2125 Newton Road at Suite B, has submitted an application for transfer of the existing license for packaged beer and wine. The applicant is Sohail Mahoon at 5569 Hooper Drive in Beaufort, Georgia. The local agent is Ebony Mitchell at 1228 Rawson Drive here in Albany. This is a convenience store. The Planning Commission identified this location zone in C3 on an arterial street and in Ward 6. There is no requirement for transfer. This establishment was previously licensed by Junebug number 2 from 2012 to 2021. The police department has no active investigations at this location. The police calls over the past 12 months, there was 1 theft by taken, 1 motor vehicle theft, 1 criminal trespass, 1 damage to property, 81 building checks, and 12 miscellaneous. The applicant placed an article in the Albany Herald at least 10 days prior to this meeting as notification to the general public that the application will be considered for approval. The applicant and the location meets the criteria for approval.
Any questions, Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Norman, let me ask you a question which I couldn't answer. Is it illegal at these different convenience stores and service stations that if you go in to purchase something with your credit card and they require you have to spend like $5 before they would use your credit card?
From my position, that's a business decision. I don't think there's anything written in law that says that, but I do know it's kind of hinged upon the finance chart, the transaction fees that's associated with it.
So in reality, they can't. You have to use $5 or more on your credit card, your charge card, right?
If that's their business decision.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir, Mr. Norman, can you tell me, I guess, what's the closest residential structure to this location?
I would say the closest residential structure It's going to be on Habersham across Oak Ridge, and the distance is approximately, I would say anywhere from a quarter of a mile to a half a mile distance.
Okay, and we still haven't worked that, I guess, into the considerations for licensing? The
No, sir.
distance between, residential structures?
No, sir, we have not.
This may be a question for you or the city attorney. Would that require a resolution or ordinance to put that as a requirement, or is that state law?
Hey, good afternoon, nope, still, good morning. We'd have to put that into the ordinance, but we do have a subparagraph that refers to the neighborhood in general, but we would have to add specifically residential if you wanted to, just could be added to the ordinances.
You say we already have a paragraph already?
Yes, there's a paragraph called qualifications. Do you know the number off the top of your head, Nathaniel?
No.
No. I email it out to everybody, but there's a paragraph called qualifications, I believe. Whatever it's called, it lists a number of factors to be considered.
It's section 6-74.
Good. Thank you. I think it's number 9 on that list, Nathaniel. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, it's number 9.
What is the
Read it
language
into
of the
record
ordinance?
if that's the one we're talking about.
It's the one that states that for a location not suitable in the judgment of and the discretion of the city board of city commissioners because of traffic congestion, general character of the neighborhood, or by reason to the effect which such an establishment would have on the adjacent properties or the neighborhood.
I think Commissioner Young's talking about a specific distance. Isn't that correct, Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, so, did you hear what the marshal said?
I really couldn't.
Basically, the ordinance says the proximity to to a neighborhood is a consideration for the commission. So.
Oh, for the commission, not necessarily for the inspectors. Like we have the distance between a requirement instead of a consideration.
Yes, sir.
Is the language we would need to use. Okay. Okay. So I'll just look forward to the city attorney briefing us on that. I do think it's time for a requirement, in terms of, kind of limiting the effects on residential neighborhoods of these alcohol establishments. If we can do it for a school, I think we need to do it for our residents as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Do we have that, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir, I'll get back in touch. Thank you.
And I think, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here, that Commissioner Young's asking whether or not the commission has the authority to set a specific distance requirement between residences and a establishment that sells alcohol. Isn't that correct, Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir, exactly correct.
Yeah, okay.
Well, there'd have to be some objective basis, some sort of study or something in Nathaniel's, grasp for that, because qualifications is sort of a synonym for requirements.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, the next item is a proposal to install speed tables on 5 different streets. Is Mr. Maples with us?
Yes, sir. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
As you said, this is a request for approval to install traffic speed tables at the following locations: the 2900 block of Phillips Drive for a cost of $28,230, 3100 block of Harvest Lane for $16,938, the 3200 block of Winterwood Avenue for $14,820, 500 block of Meadow Lark Drive for $30,000, the 400 block of Watkins Avenue for $31,815. It goes without saying that we received the letters requesting the speed study. The speed study was performed. It met the requirements as far as the speeding and the traffic calming policy. petitions were sent out, the neighborhood garnered the necessary signatures, and we're presenting that today for your consideration as far as the installation of those 5 locations.
Thank you, Mr. Maples. Mr. Howard, any questions?
No question for Mr. Maple.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, sir, no question.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
And Mr. Maples, what's the source of this funding? Is it T-Splosh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maples. The next item on the agenda is a request for what's called gap funding, a proposed grocery store at the intersection South Slappy Village, the intersection of Slappy and Gordon Drive. Ms. Brown, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Community and Economic Development is here today to ask the board to consider support for gap funding to assist in the construction of the Food for Less grocery store to be located in South Albany at 1032 West Gordon Avenue. The arrival of the Food for Less Albany project is timely in that it addresses the need for a viable full-service grocery store in South Albany, an area that has been identified as a food desert. The total development cost for the project is $2,801,792. $2,601,792 has been committed collectively by Regions Bank in the amount of $1.5 million, the location's landlord in the amount of $250,000. A grant in the amount of $150,000 was recently approved by the Commission for the City's Acceptance that addresses food insecurities, and lastly, the principal's own 25% cash injection, or $512,948. Recently, Community and Economic Development's Loan Review Committee approved a 10-year installment loan in the amount of $150,000 with an interest rate of 4.25% and a $200,000 forgivable loan, for which Community and Economic Development is asking the board to consider funding from the Job Investment Fund. Both loans will use the store's new equipment that includes a refrigeration system with a total purchase value of $1,685,824 as collateral. The terms and conditions for the $200,000 forgivable loan are a 0% interest rate, 10-year financing, $20,000 to be forgiven or written off on each anniversary of the loan, a job creation retention report due on each anniversary of the loan. The city reserves the right to request financial information for the Food for Less Albany grocery store. And should Food for Less Albany go out of business before the 10-year financing period, the outstanding and unforgiven balance will be due to the city. Finally, an economic impact study was conducted by the ECG Office of Economic and Community Development to determine the economic contributions the Food for Less project will bring to Albany. An estimated annual $119,000 in sales tax will be generated, an estimated $47,000 in property taxes collected, and finally, an estimated 75 jobs will be created, of which 40 full-time jobs will be created and 35 part-time jobs will be created, with an hourly rate for these jobs ranging anywhere from $10.61 an hour to $16.65 per hour. And I do want to, real quickly at this time, and I apologize, I didn't include the articles of incorporation. I've made copies to give to the clerk and the commissioner. Community and Economic Development requests the approval of $200,000 from the Job Investment Fund to Community and Economic Development for this project. And can accept any questions. And we also have Michelle Beener, the project consultant, as well as one of the principals, Cody McDaniel, on the line too, I believe. Finally, I think we did also ask Joey Magadino, who's one of our loan review committee members. I know he had a competing engagement, and I'm not sure if he's able to be on the call right now or not.
Okay. Mr. Howard, any questions for Ms. Brown?
Ms. Brown, who do you say we have on the line?
Cody McDaniel, one of the principals for Food for Less. Their project consultant, and I'm hoping that maybe Joey Magadino, one of our loan review committee members, will be on the line as well.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. On the bullet point 5, what it said, you said that the city reserved the right to request financial information for the Food Line grocery store?
Yes, sir.
That's on a quarter basis or what? Just once a year?
On an annual basis, as needed. If the city of Albany wanted to know how the project was going or how the Food for Less Albany project was going, we could reserve the right at any time to do that.
Okay. And give me a little more details about this. If they go out of business before the 10 years, finance the outstanding and unforgivable balance will be due to the city.
An example of that is, as the loan is $100,000. For every year that Food for Less Albany stays in business, we'll reduce that outstanding balance by $20,000 on the anniversary of the loan. So let's just say we're 5 years in, and they have to, for whatever reasons, go out of business. That would be a $50,000, a $100,000 outstanding balance on the loan. At that amount would be due back to the city because they've only been in business 5 years and they didn't commit to the full 10 years.
Okay. And I did end up reading through some of the data, is that the one in Tallahassee is in my old neck of the wood. But these jobs, an estimated 75 jobs, will be created. Since this is a forgivable loan, could some stipulation be there that they won't bring 75 employees from Tallahassee, that they would have to be locally?
That's an excellent question. And one of the conditions when we wrote the grant that was approved in the amount of $150,000 was that Food for Less would commit to at least 80% of those jobs that were being created be for residents who live within the city and or county of Albany, or Albany-Dougherty County.
Okay, so that the way it was written in there, so your office would do what? A check and balance of?
Definitely.
Okay. And let me ask you another question. Say that it is affiliated with Piggly Wiggly. Would they be doing like another store that is familiar in East Albany? Would they be charging like 10% on a dollar?
I think I need to defer to the principals for that if Mr. McDaniel is on the line.
Okay. Mayor, when he comes online, I can ask him that question. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Would the loan be made to the operator or will it be made to the property owner?
The city's loan in the amount of $150,000 as well as the $200,000 forgivable loan will be made payable to Food for Less.
Okay, so I would, and seems to be that all the information I've read, they're a very strong operator and do a lot of good things, so we're certainly excited about that. I would assume then that these funds certainly wouldn't be delivered until there's a signed lease with the property owner and all that's been nailed down?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I think since the paperwork was submitted for the agenda item, we've recently, as late as last night, I got the actual commitment letter now from Regions Bank for the $1.5 million. We have that in place.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Fletcher?
No, really just a comment that I looked at what I've been given, and I do agree very much so that we've got to get something on that side of town, and it looks like the taxpayer's going to be protected also. So good job on everybody's part for putting this together. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yeah, just one comment and one question. The comment, I think the 20,000 forgivable is definitely, it shows that, you know, by them coming financially, the city's going to benefit. So, and from utilities to property, you know, everything. So, you know, I think that was a very ingenious way to kind of incentivize them to be there longer than just come in and start up and then close, because you know, over time that they'll continue. That's a bottom line number for them that will help. The question I have, I was going to ask Commissioner Fuller's question, so I think that covered that. The other question in terms of Food for Less, I assume that we've visited there, or the product that they're bringing is what we want in terms of the amount of produce, the amount of fresh foods, meat. I mean, they're going to be a full service.
Full service.
And so in terms of, would it be redundant to require that with this loan, or they would never come in and put something that was abnormal to their product model, you know, because truly we want fresh produce, good, you know, wholesome food, not, you know, Dollar General kind of type food. Is there any reason to put any of that in there, or is that pretty much assumed that they're going to bring a store like they have everywhere else, they're going to bring to this location?
Good question. I would assume, based on they have about 7 other stores that they pride themselves in using fresh groceries, fresh produce. I don't think they changed that business model, but of course, they can answer that themselves.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Young?
Oh, yes, I just want to start out by thanking everyone involved down in community economic development. When we started out last year, this was probably one of the first meetings that myself and the mayor took to make sure that we were using all, you know, resources and all things of the city to bring a grocery store back to that location, because that location is truly an area that needs it, not only because we need fresh foods, but because it's a what I call a community anchor, or an institution within a community that makes it viable. Grocery stores, schools, other things that you look for when you want to move into a community is what are those things that make it viable, and definitely at that location has historically been a meeting point and a gathering place for the communities that are connected to it. So hats off to everybody, including the mayor, for bringing this about. But I do also have a question for the, I guess, the representative from Food Lions on the line, and I guess it goes along with Commissioner Warrington's question in terms of the business model that's going to be implemented. I do know that that particular location has a lot of square footage, and just wondering if there was going to be any changes, or is it going to pretty much take on that same that same footprint?
Mr. McDaniel, are you on the line?
What I'd rather do, Ms. Brown, is let Commissioner Young ask Mr. Daniel if and when he speaks, if that would be. Anything else, Commissioner Young?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, that's just the question that I wanted to bring to you. But great job, Ms. Brown. Hats off to you all.
Thank you.
That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. I also, this has been a priority. We get kind of anxious, but we were instructed to stick with it, and I want to just commend staff, Ms. Brown, and your co-workers, the city manager, for what this is this term funding stack, I mean, there was a $150,000 grant through the federal government that was awarded. All this took time, and here we are. Hopefully, we are on the edge of seeing not only a full-service grocery store returned to this complex, but it's also going to revitalize the other businesses which are there, because as I have learned, and no surprise, this grocery store is an anchor tenant which brings businesses to the other small businesses in the area, and that's why it's just more important than having a grocery store. But the issue of having a grocery store is the paramount concern, because as we are all aware now, this is a matter of public health. And so I want to commend you, Ms. Brown, appreciate your presentation. Do we have Ms. Beener, the project consultant, on the line?
Yes, I have the pleasure of being here today. Thank you.
Could you identify yourself, Ms. Beener, and give us some background?
Certainly. This is Michelle Beener. I have the honor of consulting for Food for Less Albany Incorporated, and also JP Properties, who has site control of the property in question today. I want to begin by saying thank you so much to Phyllis and Barbara for tireless work with me on this project. When I say we, Food for Less Albany Incorporated is committed to launch this store, hopefully in the October timeline. We have been working aggressively with the local agricultural producers. I did hear a question about, fresh food and staple food access. That is at the core of this project. I do want you to know that. We're developing our relationships as we move forward, and you will see a lot of that. I had the pleasure of actually leading an educational webinar where many ag producers participated, and we do have a list which continues to evolve of folks that we hope to invite to sell to our store. So thank you so much for allowing me time to say thank you, and we look forward to working with all of you to make this store just a wonderful asset to South Albany.
Thank you, Ms. Beener. Any questions, Commissioner Howard?
I have no question, just.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No, sir, no questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Well, I guess since it's become a question so many times at our meetings, will they have an alcohol license? Will they be selling alcohol?
Yes, we will. Right now, that's not our primary concern. We'd like to get open, more concerned with opening, but eventually, yes, we will.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Warburton?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, Ms. Beener, thank you so much for being involved in this project. I did want to ask, you did mention that you are going to connect with local farmers, and I was wondering, do you have any idea of who some of the local farmers or farmer federations that you reached out to?
Certainly. We have support letters from quite a few, and if you would like, I can send to Barbara and Phyllis the complete list.
Great, great. And would you also have, I guess, a contact for those who may not be on your list who also kind of connect with you as well?
Absolutely. In fact, I'll include the educational presentation that I did just for reference.
Okay. And then I guess back to the question that I had earlier in terms of the footprint that this particular store is going to have. Is it going to, I guess, fully encompass that building all the way, or you plan to reduce that footprint by any stretch?
No, I think it will occupy the 37,100 square feet.
Okay, great, great. And in as much as, the mayor and I have talked about its importance to the community, but being a kind of one of those community anchors, does Food Lion, I guess, have any examples of any community outreach or anything that you've done in the past to kind of galvanize your store around kind of a community, concept, or being in in touch with the community rather than them just coming to shop there every day.
Certainly, I believe I can speak for the McDaniel brothers when I say that each store in each respective community has its own flavor and culture. We're looking forward to that happening with this store. We will be working with all of you to plan a ribbon cutting, celebration, inviting the community. And I think one of the real advantages of Food for Less, this will be the 8th store for the McDaniels brothers, and this is a cost plus 10% price strategy. So these stores are affordable. They do engage, local agriculture producers, local growers, and that's something that you see less and less with a large grocery store. So again, I think there's lots of opportunity to grow and really make this your store in South Albany. We're looking forward to that.
Thank you so much. And I guess lastly, Mr. Mayor, I just want to actually give another shout out to our community activists, so to speak, in particular Yaz Johnson, who championed getting this location reopened. I think before you and I were even in office, you recognized that this was a problem for South Albany and got on the horn to put the word out that we really did need this location back open, and as well as the countless other people and groups that are working on the food desert and food insecurity in our city, and in particular South Albany. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. Mr. McDaniel, are you with us?
My understanding is that he had a meeting with the bank at 11, and so he has to log off the call, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, Ms. Brown, we thank you.
And I'd like to take this time too, Mayor, to thank you for the letter of support during the grant writing process.
Thank you, ma'am.
We appreciate that.
Can I say a few words on that?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before Ms. Phyllis Lee, you did say Mr. Cody was not available, right?
Mr. McDaniel was supposed to be on the line, but I understand he had an 11 o'clock meeting with the bankers.
Okay, and before we vote on this next Tuesday, is it possible that you can get they can email a list of the 6 or 7 other stores they own in North Florida? And
yes, sir, gladly.
okay, and just for a follow-up question, as I was reading through, and I made another mental note, is that they will start out paying full-time employees like $10.30 or something, and I see in Tallahassee like $13 an hour. Is that because of the population or what?
If we can address that question. Ms. Beener, can you answer that question as far as how you came up with your hourly rate? I know she's on the line, so we can find that out for you.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Wright has signed up to speak to this item. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners, Madam Clerk, City Attorney. I am directly impacted by this Food for Less. I mean, I started out in 1984 working with Mr. Erasmus Dent, who was the principal. At that time, the location in question today was Piggly Wiggly. It was open 24 hours a day. So I started as an instructor for the Dougherty County School System and then for the University of Georgia. And I remember getting off work, coming home, driving 200 miles back and forth each way, that Piggly Wiggly was open. But before that, you need to understand, it was America's Flea Market, and it was also Gibson Discount Center. That started around 1965. So I was all through that, and I am, even today, only about 500 feet from the front door of the store. And I worked with Mr. Dent there right across the street for nearly 30 years. The thing that I want to bring to your attention is this, and I'm coming from a FASB perspective. Let me give this to the clerk. And I too would like to thank Ms. Brown and her staff on not only this occasion but many others. This is not against the project, but this is just giving you background to show you what is to happen. If you look on page 3, we sent this information to you, and I think a couple of things have been answered. But the source and use statement, the M plan, in FASB, we use something called ROI, return on investment, return on capital employed. And these are just things that as we go forward, we can look back at it. You see how it spells out. This $400,000 that we are giving them, and that's basically what we're doing, is about 14% of the project. Where you look at the project in Tallahassee, it was smaller than that, both in scale and well as percentage. And the issue about the full-time, part-time jobs is upside down. If you look at Tallahassee, 71% of the jobs were part-time, and only 29% was full-time. So we have to look at these things as this model is rolled out. Now, the other thing we bring into your attention there is the number of jobs proposed here is about 50-50. Well, I worked for an organization called Firestone, and we had the same dilemma. When you bring in people part-time, and Mayor, Commissioner, it depends on how part-time is defined. The thing that blows this M plan up is that in the first 100 days, the Biden administration has already pledged to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. That's the first thing, and that's most likely going to happen. It's already on the drawing board for them to do that. But the part-time, full-time is a real issue, because we started out at Firestone, we had 3,500 W-2 employees, and then we got another 1,800. So we had 5,000. The 1,800 were part-time, and after about 4 months, when people realized that they were part-time, they began to not work because they could not do the things that the people who had been there all the time doing. And I'm saying this is a real issue. You have to understand its impact. If 71% of your people are part-time, they're not going to be able to buy homes and do the other things that this economic analysis proposed. Now, the other thing is, how should we do it? You look on page 3, you see that information provided to you. But I want to bring your attention to something else here quickly. If you look on page 3, we've highlighted this. You look on page 8, one of the things that is shown there is this loan is at 4.5%. If we had used that Main Street loan program, we could have cut the cost in half, because what page 8 shows, if this same company had borrowed this $2 million or whatever it is they borrowed, it would have been 2.25%. If we had followed the recommendation we brought forth to you about the new Main Street loan program. This is how it could have been done. So I have a couple other things I need to show you before that. You have the articles of incorporation, but the thing that I wanted to show you there on page 2, now Mrs. Brown just provided that to you, but in the jacket with the Secretary of State, it shows their domicile in Seminole County. And I called the Secretary of State office to see what was going on there, why the articles were not in there. So at least we have that now. And that part was important to have that. And the 3 things that you need to look at, Mayor, Commissioners, is this. We need to look at their income statement. We need to look at their balance sheet, because they're proposing to do something that seems to conflict with what was done before. This is a renovation. It's not a new construction project, but you need to look at that balance sheet to see how much assets they already have. How will the city's interests be protected if they put 1.8 in inventory for whatever it is, because that was what took Enron down, the balance sheet. You have to look at what assets do they have. You can be able to then get a better gauge of how well they're going to perform, because you'll see how many other stores are in their portfolio and who is management, and then whether or not they're paying taxes. You can only get that information by looking at the income statement, the balance sheet, and the cash flow statement. That's what you need, because the income statement is going to give you a return on investment. The balance sheet is going to give you a return on equity and return on capital employed. And it also tells you how they're amortizing or depreciating those assets and how much money they need to do their renewal fund to fund the depreciation of whatever equipment it is they have. So we have to do that to protect the city's interest. And it is small compared to what was done there in Tallahassee, but those things are important to get those before you all sign the contract. One final thing on that too, Mayor, the thing about the closing, there are two things that you have to worry about when a store closes, because we went through this with Firestone. When that store closed for discontinued operations, they can write off everything, all their costs, and the city will be left sort of holding a blank check if they go by the discontinued operation, which is what that would be. I do not know how they handle in Tallahassee, but that is what the law provides. Internal Revenue Regulation provide for discontinued operation, the business can write off everything that it cost them for that point and move forward. So I provided that information to you.
Right.
And would like to think we are 100% in support of this project. And would like to just think community development and Ms. Brown herself, I mean, when you're right across from a store, you know the impact it has. And that's probably the reason we cannot do anything with downtown. That Harvest, former Harvest, was a magnet to those other businesses, as you have alluded to. That's the only thing it's going to do, take you from being a downtown area of boutiques to one that's sustainable. That's why you have just a minute leave that's coming out, because there's no anchor, there's no magnet. So,
thank you, Mr. Wright. Any questions, Mr. Wright? Mr. Howard?
No question. Just thank Mr. Wright for that update and keeping us informed on things that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, sir, no questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions.
Ms. Worthington?
No question.
Ms. Young?
Mr. Wright, could you, real quick, you have some numbers on the tax of the wages that would be coming out of this food line? I think the number was $10 an hour. We were told earlier on, I don't know if that could be confirmed for the jobs that the 75 jobs or whatever that's going to be coming from this food line. The minimum was $10 an hour.
well, when you look at it, the thing about to keep in front of us is simply this. In the first 100 days, the Biden administration is already gone before the committee. As a matter of fact, the $15 an hour minimum wage was approved by the House Democrats 2 years ago. I've been studying this and researching all the time, because that's one of the things that we do. So it's already there. They're just waiting to get it through. And since the trial is over, that will really throw the analysis of the projection offline, because now you are doubling what the averages are in that analysis. The costs are going to go up. When costs go up, what are the first thing businesses do? They begin to lay off people or take you from full-time to part-time. And when that happens, that means you have pilferage, employees leaving, and high turnover. See, we went through this at Firestone with 5,000 people. So we know what the ramifications. So that, and Commissioner Young, the other thing you have to be mindful of too is it depends on how we determine what constitutes part-time. You remember about 6 years ago, the Obama administration redefined under federal law what constitutes full-time. full-time with anything over 30 hours. So we have to understand this is like apples and tomatoes here, and that has to be taken in when you do a study like this to understand that what used to be part-time is no longer part-time, and what used to be full-time is not there. But 30 hours is a new standard now, so it's unclear about that, but certainly we would would like for it to be there, but in the next 100 days, the minimum is going to be $15 an hour.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wright, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Wright, thank you for your presentation. The next item, I see Mr. Potter's here with us. It is a proposal for the renovation of Driscoll Park. Mr. Potter, you going to be making this presentation? Ms. Subadan? Good morning, Mr. Potter.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. As we were charged with coming up with a master plan for Driscoll Park, I am bringing to you for approval the final two options. If you saw in your packet, there is a courts option and a field option. On the courts option, you will see that you have a event lawn play field with 4 half-court courts and 1 full-size court. On the field option, you have a full-length football field with 2 full-length basketball courts. It is, after talking with staff and my experience, it is my professional opinion that we need to go with the courts options, but at this time, I will answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Commissioner Howard?
Looking at your presentation and they're redoing some at Driscoll Park, it looked nice, but I think that the city itself, we got to do some type of improvement within east, west, north, and south, you know, to improve the quality of life and to put a nice park, to reinvent a nice park there, is that the better, when you come into the area, we certainly need to do a lot more of renovating some of those houses, some of those junk vehicles, things of that nature, because if you come into a park that night, you certainly want to be impressed and you certainly want to leave out, but you don't want to get a lot of those eyesores that exist within a half-a-mile radius of the area.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No question.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No question.
Commissioner Worthington.
Yeah, a couple questions. So the current after-school program that's run in the corner building looks like it's being demolished.
Yes, sir.
Is that being moved to the community center?
Yes, sir, that will be the new community center. Yes,
Okay.
sir. The old, what they call the Carver Teen Center, will be demolished and moved to the new community center area.
So what would they say would benefit school-age kids the most? More fields or more courts?
Like I said, I personally think the courts will. First of all, with those basketball courts, with the court option, that will allow 5 games to go on at once as opposed to only 2 with the other option. It will also allow us more programming abilities in the park for, say, family events, and also running possible 3-on-3 tournaments with the courts option.
Okay, and none of the courts are covered. I know one time, Mayor, you were talking about.
Oh, no, I was never talking about that. No, no.
So these are all open?
Yes, sir.
Concrete courts, okay. One other thing we talked about maybe that time we were out there touring is Dougherty County owns, so kind of, I guess on your master plan, kind of where the white clouds are in the top left corner. Dougherty County Schools, I think there's a pretty old rundown playground that really is not, did we ever think about maybe doing both options if we could either reach an agreement with Dougherty County to let us kind of develop their corner there, or has there been any discussion about?
Well, I mean, the idea was to basically contact the school system about utilizing that area, maybe putting a pickleball court, tennis courts, both were discussed, but we found out that the city maintains the tennis courts at Monroe, and they're available, not utilized very much. But more importantly, we were really trying to get this thing down.
Money-wise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so.
Okay. All right, thanks. That's it.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir, I guess I don't have any questions other than that, I guess did we get any kind of community input into these plans?
Yes, sir, we
The
did.
residents that live right there off of this area, Lee Street and McKinley Street?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, and what were their comments?
They were sitting there wanting, a lot of them were wanting the basketball, more ability for basketball courts there. Naturally, they would like open space, which are included in both of them.
I guess that green space, I guess so are you doing away with the baseball field that's there now?
Which option are you looking at, sir? The courts option?
The one that's on page 86, 87. I guess it's the one on page 88.
And that would be the courts option, and yes, sir, where that event lawn play field is that old baseball field that is there, sir. Or are you talking the event both of the event fields will be where the old baseball field was.
Okay, so you'd be, in either one, you'd be doing away with the baseball field?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was based off a recommendation of who?
From I'm sorry?
I said, who recommended to get rid of the baseball field?
That came from the surveys that were taken at the beginning by Los and Associates.
Okay. Okay, that's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Could I respond to that last question, Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir, please.
Well, that is what they call a pony court. I think the outfield is 275, but since it was built, the school system has actually constructed baseball fields for the middle schools, and that is who plays there. So arguably, we probably didn't need that field in the first place, because there is a Pony League field that's no longer used out at Eames, but we have 3 comparable baseball fields now that are owned and maintained by the school system for the same age.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. The only thing is, especially in that part of the community, there's a big discussion as why, more African-American kids are not going towards baseball. And I don't think there's another, just kind of a pickup baseball field, other than that one, now that I think about it, other than the one that's over here near, right off of Oak Ridge at Henderson Gym. That's the only pickup field. The other fields I know at Monroe are closed off because they're for the high school teams there, but just a pickup ball field, anywhere in that area, probably all the way back up to, I was thinking maybe 8th Avenue, wherever that is. There were no more pickup baseball fields, and that just stood out to me. I do know there's probably going to be more of a desire to have football and basketball facilities, but I think we do need to try to keep some options for baseball as well. Just my thought.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Young. My preference is the courts options. I mean, one thing I have said, I'm speaking more to my colleagues here, that if you have the two regulation courts, you can have 4 games going on simultaneously. If they're 3-on-3 games, I mean, you're not going to have a whole lot of whole court basketball, but either way, it's going to be a benefit to the community. The other big change, but to answer the question, Commissioner Young asked if there had been a survey of the community. Ms. Lucille Harris, who's the supervisor at Carver Center, actually hand-delivered a survey. And she needs to be commended, her dedication. I mean, she's somebody we really ought to have, we really be proud to have as a city employee. But what she did, because the consultant, this loose design, which Mr. Bond, I think, has done a wonderful job throughout this process, but they had it set up, commissioners, so that the community had to respond online. And of course, we got a lot of older citizens down there, and some people probably don't have the internet in their home, and there are only 16 responses, I think is the number. But Ms. Harris went from door to door handing out a survey, and I think she had 106 responses that she collected. But the information there is going to be what you see time and time again in these surveys. If you go to the community, citizens want something different than the most adamant people who are going to serve on recreation committees. We're going to want ball fields for our children, but the average citizen, and the overwhelming response here was programs that we can accommodate in this new community center. And that's one thing I'm looking forward to. But I just want to say my preference is the field option, and I'll make a motion next Tuesday night to move forward with the field option. If I lose, I won't be heartbroken, because I'm just glad to see that we are doing this. But in defense of the field option, we have the regulation football field, and one argument against the regulation football field is the city's no longer has a youth football program. But we have travel teams that could use this facility, and hopefully if we can revitalize our program, this is where football games, youth football games were held for decades, and I think it would be a benefit to the community. But as I said, either way, and I want to point out the most important component of this is this larger community center that's designed to meet the demands of the neighborhood. But we'll also see an enhanced and enlarged playground, which we'll be discussing at our retreat. Some of the playground equipment we have in the city probably needs to be removed. It certainly outlived its usefulness. But with that, did you have anything you wanted to add, Ms. Subadan?
Yes, sir. I'd like to share my screen. I'm going to try to do this really quickly. Can you see that? Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, ma'am, but not what you're putting up there.
You're not seeing the,
We got it, yes, ma'am. But ooh.
Okay. Got it now?
Well, okay. Can you enlarge the field option?
Can you see it, Commissioner Young?
Yeah, just go back to the view you had the first time. It was larger.
Okay.
When you first put it up.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am, that's perfect. That's too large there.
So I'd like to thank everybody for working on this project. We did have a considerable amount of community involvement, and so for the community who have not seen the rendering, this is the field option, which has a large multi-purpose field. This is a community which would allow us to grow fresh produce on the property. The new community center is very exciting. It's over 6,000 square foot of space which will have breakout rooms, which will be ideal for our after-school programming. Right now, in the teen center, everybody is kind of in one space. This option has the 2 full-size courts, the pool equipment room will be renovated, and the playground will be a significant improvement. It'll be brand new equipment over what's there now. And what you see in this white beige area here is a walking trail that will go around the entire facility. As you can see, it will be appropriately lit for security. And around the outskirts of the facility will be it will be completely fenced with decorative, appropriate fencing that is that's not going to look industrial. And so that's option. That was a field option. The courts option, which I kind of agree with staff. I think that this one better serves the community. Has 4 half courts. It still has the community center. It has a full-size basketball court and all of the other amenities we discussed, and more of an event lawn as opposed to a football field. And so, you know, I too would not be heartbroken regardless of which option gets approved. I do want to note, though, that this project will be SPLOST funded, and so just recognize that if we do this project, we'll have to make some adjustments with other projects that you've already talked about, such as the gym. Because the gyms are sort of in limbo right now, we have to figure out how to, you know, what the priorities are going to be. I think this project is pretty much ready to move forward, and I do believe we can figure out what we're doing on gyms with a greater master plan. But Mayor, that's all I had.
Thank you. Any further comments, Commissioner Howard?
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No comment.
Commissioner Warbington?
No comment.
Commissioner Young? Thank you, Ms. Potter.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
your presentation.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sir. Did I skip you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I was trying to make a comment. I will say now, I heard the city manager's last comments about the gym, but, you know, I don't want us to race past what we've already committed to do in terms of the gym. We do have facilities that are up and running at Carver, but we don't at Henderson and Bill Miller in particular. So I would definitely want to know what's the status of those and where we plan to go, because we made commitments and told the citizens of Ward 6 that we were going to have new gyms, and we were ready to move forward with that. I understand we had to make some adjustments, but we need to figure out where those adjustments are, you know, before priorities get shifted. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Young, I don't see it as a either or. I mean, I think we've got some money in SPLOST that needs to be transferred back to recreation, but we'll address that at a later date. But I can assure you from where I stand, we certainly, I would support moving forward with both of those projects, and we just need to find out how and when we can fund it. But with that, thank you, Mr. Potter. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner.
The next item, Ms. Fields, you with us? Good morning.
Yes, sir, I am.
Mr. Norman, good morning.
Good morning.
This is a recommendation that we enter into a contract through ECG for right-of-way trimming in the amount of $776,000, or is that a maximum of $760,000?
That's actually a maximum.
Okay, I stand corrected. Ms. Fields, give us a background on this, please.
This is a recommendation for hiring W.A. Kendall and Trees Unlimited and entering into a unit price contract with them to perform our right-of-way tree trimming services. That expenditure is the budget that Mr. Norman has for right-of-way tree trimming services. So he'll be using them until he spends up all his money. This was bid by ECG, and we're utilizing their economies of scale because they did that across all of their cities versus just us doing it by ourselves, so we get better pricing that way.
Thank you, Ms. Field. Did you have anything you want to add, Ms. Norman?
Yes, sir, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just want to make the point that this is specifically for power line clearance trimming. These contractors have to be qualified and certified to work around high voltage power lines. We have about 700 miles that we have to maintain. This is actually necessary to maintain and improve the system reliability and help reduce outages and help reduce line loss for electricity that we buy through MEA. I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. Any questions for Mr. Field, Ms. Fields, or Mr. Norman? Commissioner Howard.
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Ms. Field or Mr. Norman?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No questions.
Commissioner Warburton.
No, Mr. Norman, just one quick thing. I know we always get the question about local tree companies, but this is a whole nother ballgame, right? Because of the high voltage and the requirements of being around.
That is correct.
So if a local vendor had those, I guess, requirements, they could do it, but typically we have to go outside to get somebody that can do this kind of work.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, all right.
Typically, the local vendors just do private trees and ridge-type trees, but they don't have the qualifications to work around the high voltage power lines.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Young.
No questions.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Norman, isn't this one of the items, $7.75 million a year? I asked, isn't this one of the items I asked that you research and see what it costs to do this in-house?
Yes, sir. If I'm not badly mistaken, Mr. Ken Stock forwarded that information to you all.
Okay. Oh, I stand, okay. I knew there was an issue. So.
I don't have the number right off the top of my head, but it was quite a bit more.
Oh, I understand that you had to buy the equipment, but amortized over time. But Commissioner Warburton tells me that we've received that. So I appreciate it, Mr. Norman, and I apologize.
Yes,
thank you, Ms. Field. The next item is the selection of an engineering firm for the fiscal year CDBG DR program, disaster recovery program. Ms. Fields, you with us? Or Ms. Forgy, who's taking the lead on this?
She is.
Ms. Fields?
Yes, sir. This item was, we needed a engineering firm in order to submit the application to apply for CDBG DR funds, and they had to come up with the plan, and we did a request for proposals with a pretty quick turnaround. PEI came out as the successful proposer. They will not receive any money unless the grant is approved. They have submitted their preliminary design to DCA for us to be able to submit the grant, and if it's approved, we'll be back to you to let you know what we got. But this process allowed us to have Mr. Redcraft prepare the application, prepare the design for the application, and what we need now is a resolution tool so and move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Any questions, Ms. Fields? Commissioner Howard?
Good afternoon, Mr. Field. How you do?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
This is for the 8th Avenue Basin for this grant. Is this the $8 million grant or $6 million grant?
Well, the grant will be for whatever they award us, but I believe we're talking about in the $3 or $4 million neighborhood.
The total is about 4.1 million.
For the 8th Avenue Basin, right?
That's correct. Well, it's two components of 4, so it's not the entire 8th Avenue Basin, but it is, the grant would be for 4.1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No question.
Let me ask, what would the engineering firm be paid if the grant, okay, I assume we can get all or part of the grant. Is that correct, Mr. Forgy?
Yes, there's a maximum that's allowed. I think it's 11 or 12% that the engineer would be paid.
Okay.
And that wouldn't be for the work that they've done currently. It would be just for the work going forward.
Mm-hmm. But is the proposal, does the engineer, is he paid by the hour or a percentage of the project?
A percentage of the project. That's the way that CDBG grants are structured.
Mm-hmm. So is Threadcraft Engineering, I mean, was one of the criteria the fee that would be charged?
No, the Department of Community Affairs has a maximum that they allow to be charged, a maximum percentage. So all the engineers were requesting the same thing. I mean, they all would get paid the same percentage of the total of the project.
Okay. Well, that would seem a factor that should be considered in awarding the project if somebody's willing to do it for 5% as opposed to.
Well, none of the submitters were. They all were the maximum percentage.
Okay. So that's no difference than anybody else. Okay. And Ms. Subadan, you with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all the localized flooding and the separation of the sanitary sewer and the stormwater, all this I know is kind of tied in. I mean, I guess that's one advantage of Mr. Threadcraft being involved in this. He knows a little bit. So can you just educate me on that? How would this kind of intersect with what we're doing, the separation project?
This is one of our, one of the projects that has been identified on the $100 million plan. And as we shared with you, as grant opportunities come up, we are going to be applying for the ones that we deem suitable to the grant. So this particular 8th Avenue Basin met some of the grant criteria for the CDBGR, and we're right up against the deadline, so we went ahead and submitted this project. You approved that at an earlier meeting. What this is, what I don't think has been said, is DCA required that the board adopt a resolution codifying the selected engineering firm. They also require us to have a qualified engineering firm for these projects. So what you will see, anytime anything related to sewer stormwater comes before you, it will be part of that bigger overall plan, which we're going to ask you to adopt next meeting. But this grant application is already in process, and they need this resolution, which is why you see this coming to you at this time.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Forgy. Thank you, Ms. Fields. The next item on the agenda is a recommendation to approve a resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding with GEMA Homeland Security. Chief Scott, good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir, and commissioners. Great to see you. Appearing before you this morning to present a need we have for the Georgia Emergency Management Agency. This MOU will allow us to work with the Emergency Management Performance Grant Program. It will allow us to have access to the web portal. So in order for us to look at the grants that may be available to us, we have to have an MOU to access the site. We don't have any particular project in mind at this time, but this will give us an opportunity to have access to the portal and begin to look for grants to apply for. So that's why we're before you this morning.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Chief Scott? Coach Howard?
No question, but just thanks for being a visionary.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No question.
Thank you, Chief Scott. I read it. I didn't, it says you got to apply. So this is just required so that we can have access to some resource that identifies available grants.
And we will also make application through this portal
Okay.
as well. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Scott. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And the last item is a proposal to extend, or to modify the city personnel policy. Family First Corona Response Act. Is Ms. Wright with us?
I am.
Good morning. And Mr.
Good
Brown?
afternoon, Mayor.
Okay, Ms. Wright, you have the floor.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Commissioners, and Ms. Zubanan. This is a recommendation that the board consider adopting a resolution regarding a modified city-sponsored provision of the Family First Coronavirus FFCRA. The FFCRA went into effect April 1, 2020, and expired December 31st, 2020. The city-sponsored modified FFCRA would consist of the following: emergency paid sick leave for employees affected by COVID-19 would allow them up to 80 hours of paid sick leave, and emergency family and medical leave. This would allow employees affected by COVID-19 to take up to 12 weeks of protective job leave. This approval will allow time to monitor Congress as the new Biden administration updates all executive orders related to COVID-19. The city will continue to administer its own FFCRA paid leave benefits until a decision is made by Congress. Our recommended action is for the board to approve the resolution adopting a modified city-sponsored provision of FFCRA. Subject to your questions.
Commissioner Howard?
I hear him.
One question. On page 128, where it says emergency family medical leave, it says on a temporary expansion of the FMLA elderly employees who are unable to work, telephone work can take up to 12 weeks protected leave. And it said all employees must have been employed with a city of at least 30 calendar days. Can you explain that a bit?
That is correct. If they've worked for the city of Albany within the last 30 days of the requested leave that's related to COVID-19, they will be eligible for family medical leave.
So they can take up to the 30 weeks job protection leave.
They would be able to take up to 12 weeks.
12 weeks. And their 30 days, they're still under what, probation or what?
Yes, sir. That wouldn't change anything regarding the employment status. This was just to give employees an opportunity that are suffering from COVID-19 time to take leave up to 12 weeks.
Oh, okay then, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
No comment.
Mr. Warmington?
No comment.
Ms. Young?
No question.
Ms. Wright, we call this a modified city-sponsored provision of FFCRA. How is the city policy going to be different than the model or the?
The original act, this only allows our employees that are directly affected by COVID-19 to request leave. The actual time frame for emergency paid sick leave is the same. It is up to 80 hours. Also, with the Family Medical Leave Act, the emergency expansion part is still the same. It's up to 12 weeks. This will only cut out the employees affected by COVID-19 directly. The original act did have additional provisions in it that allowed a coverage for child care and care for someone affected by COVID-19. So we're not at this time requesting those provisions to be added.
I'm sorry, I lost you. It's child care, and what was the other benefit?
Caring for a loved one or someone that is sick, affected by COVID-19.
Okay. So if an employee has a family member who has COVID, then he or she would not qualify for pay during the leave of absence.
No, sir, not under this FFCRA, but those employees do have the option to apply for our regular Family Medical Leave Act, which would allow them to take time away from work to care for that loved one for 12 weeks. They qualify.
And now, the employee would be paid for being out of work, and this would not be credited to his or her sick leave or any other benefit, right?
Under the FFCRA, yes, sir, that would be correct. It would not be deducted from their sick leave or vacation leave.
All right, the last question, you said, how does the employee verify that he or she is impacted directly by COVID?
We require them to complete an online application if they're not able to come in person. And we contact them if they're affected and are sent home because they're ill. We can contact them directly with the application ourselves. We only ask that the employees supply a note from the actual facility that they tested positive from, that they are positive. Or if they're affected by a positive or exposed to something that's positive, we ask them to send in something documenting that they have been exposed and required to quarantine for said time.
Okay, so there has to be some documentation submitted by the employee before he or she qualifies?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
You're welcome.
I think the next item on the agenda is the city manager's update. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I will be submitting a written as usual. That will be sent out to you this afternoon with more details. But I was trying to kind of chime in earlier on the Food for Less item. A couple times it was referred to as Food Lion. It is actually Food for Less. And I did want to really thank not just the staff, but all the team members who pitched in to help this process, and as well as getting your support. That's gotten us to where we're very close to the finish line. I also wanted to make you aware and let you know that we have been actively supporting the vaccine clinic. There was a pop-up clinic on Saturday. Staff has been really doing a great job supporting that effort and really setting the example for supporting the COVID vaccine in the community. And with that said, everything else will come out to you on my written city manager update, which is on the website. That's all I have. And don't forget, we have an executive session.
Okay. Items for the future agenda, Commissioner Howard?
No, just one quick question to Ms. Superdan. Is it that, did we start youth basketball back yesterday?
Yes, it was tourism yesterday, sir.
And how many gyms are being utilized?
Craig Craig is in the room, he could probably give you a better answer to that.
Okay.
There's 2 gyms being utilized at this time.
And what?
Those would be Henderson and Thornton.
Okay. And are they being cleaned after each game, or parents or sports individuals required to wear masks in and out of the building?
Yes, sir.
On the
Yeah.
court too?
No, sir, not as the kids are playing, but all spectators are required to wear them. And as soon as games are over, we're getting those out of the gym, fogging, and then bringing the next group in.
And they are social distance, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Except for families can sit together, but yes, sir.
Okay, then, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing at this time.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing.
Commissioner Warmington?
Nothing new.
Commissioner Young?
I just want to thank everybody again for the hard work with the Food for Less. I'm going to make sure I get that right, Madam City Manager. Food for Less, and we do right now still, that's, again, we're still dealing with the situation in South Albany where right now we don't have any grocery stores open. We're looking forward for the, now I'm getting confused, Food Lion opening back up in a week or two, hopefully. But I just want to inform everybody right now, we partnered with some community groups to open up, specifically Southwest Georgia Project, and so we are rising to open up a pop-up farmers market, which is at the old Winn-Dixie from Oak Ridge. There are farmers out there with fresh produce. We have Better Rate Grocers out there with also grocery items that are refrigerated milk and eggs and meat. And so right now we're trying to fulfill that need. We also have food trucks out there. So if anybody wants to catch some lunch after this meeting, please go out there. It's, I think it's called New York Bodega. So they got New York food if you want to go grab some lunch. And that's at the Oak Ridge, the old Winn-Dixie at Oak Ridge and Radium Springs. And they'll be out there hopefully every day if the weather permits until the food line, food line opens up in a few weeks. So that's it, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Manager, what's I guess we talked about the gym. So where are we right now as far as this holding pattern with the gym?
I think what we're gonna do is have a conversation around that at the retreat. I believe the mayor kind of wants to do, set aside some time to really talk about recreation master planning. And you'll recall there's a laundry list of things, and we have to figure out how we prioritize. If you'll remember, we got we got an evaluation on the gyms, and we were given 2 options, one which was a very expensive renovation, and one which was a rebuild, which was also pretty pricey. So no decision was made on which direction. I think we're looking at kind of the overall master plan of what's needed, what we're gonna do, where we're gonna put it. So that the gyms right now is a holding pattern until you all make a decision.
Okay, and can you refresh me? I know the actual gym project came off of the previous administration, so was that already voted on to move forward with? And we just haven't we're not moving forward because of the flood regulations, or where?
Right.
How does that work?
If I remember correctly, this board voted, well, first of all, you voted for it in your budget, and then we voted to award the contract to do it. And it wasn't until after the work had actually started, we realized that there was a problem with with doing the max renovations we were doing because it was in the flood zone. Anything over a certain percent, you have to bring it up to current flood standards. So that kind of put everything on pause. We got the evaluation to determine options of what it would take to meet the flood regulations, and also bring them up to standard, ADA compliant, more modern standards, and also an estimate of what it would be to rebuild completely, And at that point, we kind of didn't make a decision on next steps, but we talked about getting an overall master plan, which would help us better decide what was the best tactic, and really what to do, not just with the gyms, but with several other competing items as it relates to recreation.
Okay, well, I'm still just for clarity, because I know we talked about the gyms when I first came on to the commission, and I thought either that money had been allocated or budgeted to be spent on the gyms from the previous administration. Is that correct?
I can't really remember. What I do know is we included it in this current year's budget at about $1 million for both gyms.
Mm-hmm.
This commission approved that, and this commission awarded the contract to LRA. I don't think this was, I think we talked about it in the previous administration, but I don't think the action was taken until last year. The challenge we have is $1 million allocated isn't even enough to bring one of the gyms up to the standard based on the evaluation that we got from the architect. So that's sort of partly where we are. I hope I'm answering your question.
Yeah, that's just bringing it to some clarity. Okay. All right. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor, if I can interrupt, Commissioner Langstaff joined us a couple of agenda items ago.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Langstaff.
Yeah, he just texted me, so you might want to acknowledge him on this one.
I didn't have any questions, sorry.
Okay. Let me ask, Mr. Davis, you can sell alcohol in the county on Sundays, right?
Not familiar with their rules or.
Okay. Can we find out just what?
I can answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
Nathan, you will remember there was a referendum item that was voted on. The city commission elected not to do package sales on a Sunday, but the county did. And so that did pass.
Okay.
So you are correct.
All right. So, I don't know if the time to do it would probably be next year when we actually, we got a city commission, but I think the citizens ought to have the right to vote on that. And I think we mixed the two, and I'm guilty of it. Now we have to hear from other business. Commissioner Howard?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing new.
Commissioner Warmington?
No other business.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No other business.
Commissioner Young?
No, sir, no other business.
Ms. Superintendent, we making any progress on getting Mayor Pro Tem a parking place?
He's gonna have yours.
Okay, well, I gave mine up, so that's gonna be we're working on it, Mayor Pro Tem. With that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor, I make a motion to go to executive session for property and personnel.
Is there a second? Any discussion? With that, can you call the roll, Ms. Tarbert? Yes.
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 Ward 5 is yes.
Mayor votes yes. And I think the call-in information has been provided. Is that right, Ms. Tarbert? Does